Powell, judge presiding.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We're once again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. First of all, before announcing the ruling with regard to the 1538.5 motion, I'd just like to say that both attorneys, both sides in this case, did an excellent presentation for which the court is grateful. And you both gave me quite a bit to think about during the last several hours. The key issue for the court's determination is whether the warrantless entry into the property on Rockingham and the recovery of certain items of physical evidence was justified in light of exigent circumstances. And this is really a gray area of the law. I mean, there's no set formula to establish when an exigent circumstance does exist and when it doesn't. And it's really something that has to be decided on a case-by-case basis based upon the evidence that's actually presented in the hearing. There were numerous cases cited by the prosecution as well as by the defense. The court has reviewed all of those cases. The court also found an additional case that I did not see cited by either the prosecution or the defense, which, although not identical to the circumstances in this case, is more similar than most of the other cases. And that case is People versus Cain, C-A-I-N, at 216 Calap 3rd, 366, a case decided in December of 1989. In that particular matter, the situation was that there was a woman who had been beaten and raped in a certain apartment. The officers went to that location, observed her. Through the common wall, they could hear music coming from the next apartment over and could see that lights were on, and it was early in the morning. The officers knocked on the door, received no answer, and made a determination in their own minds that they felt that there could indeed be an additional victim in the adjacent apartment. The door was unlocked and they entered that apartment. They later found the defendant passed out on the floor, intoxicated, and recovered physical evidence, including bloodstains and clothing, that eventually tied that particular defendant to the crime for which he was later convicted. And the court upheld the warrantless entry into that apartment. And the language in that case, the court finds particularly helpful in this particular matter. The court indicates that due weight must be given not to the unparticularized suspicions or hunches of the police officers involved, but to the reasonable inference which he or she is entitled to draw from the facts in light of his or her experience. Additionally, that court places a limitation, which other courts indeed have recognized, is that the search involved must be strictly circumscribed by the exigencies which justify its initiation. Let's consider the evidence in this case. And basically, the evidence that was presented in this matter is for the most part uncontroverted with regard to the search. We know from the evidence that was presented that the detectives in this matter, Van Adder, Furman, Lang, and Phillips, I believe, started out at the crime scene on Bundy. They made the observations of the two dead bodies, the blood, the gloves, the footprints, and the droplets of blood leaving away from that location. There's no dispute as to what they saw there at Bundy. There's also no dispute that there were two small children who apparently were asleep inside that particular location at the time of the incident itself, and that those small children were taken to the police station. Notwithstanding suggestions to the contrary during cross-examination, the place for two small children whose mother has been murdered is not at the police station, sitting in a corner drawing pictures on a tablet. The place for those kids is with their family. The detectives testified that they were concerned about those children and wanted to make arrangements with regard to those children. The person who is the next of kin to those children is the defendant. He's their father. He's the person that logically would be the one that would be called upon to take action to take custody of those children. So I don't find anything improper in terms of the police conduct with the idea that they are going to go to the Simpson home. One might say, well, why didn't they just call? Well, apparently they didn't have the phone number to the Simpson home. We learned that through the testimony that they had to get West Tech security to come actually out to the location to try to get that phone number. So they go to the Simpson home, which apparently is only some 2 miles away and a short car ride. They get to the gate, and here again, it seems to me that they really do extraordinary things to try to make contact with the persons inside. I mean, the testimony was that they rang that bell for some 15 minutes to try to rouse somebody from within the house. They could hear that phone ringing from out at the gate. There's no response. But what do they see? And this apparently also is uncontroverted in light of the testimony that was presented. There's a light on upstairs. There's a light on downstairs. There's several vehicles in the driveway. A suggestion that there are persons inside. But then there's more. And of course, this is the crucial piece of evidence, but it by itself, without all of the other surrounding circumstances, would not be enough. But what the officers say is, while they're shuffling around for this 15 minutes trying to get in touch with someone inside the house, is that they see blood, what they believe to be blood, on the door handle or near the door handle of this white Bronco. A white Bronco that is parked on a public street where the officers have a right to be, and the court sees no problem with the observing or recovery of the blood sample from the door of the Bronco. So, seeing what they believe to be blood and having seen droplets of blood leading away from the location, the officers even now are doing more to get in touch with the people inside. They're calling the West Tech security, who apparently dispatches at least one, if not two, vehicles to the location, and eventually give the police the telephone number. What they get at that point is an answering machine. They feel, and the testimony of both officers was that they felt that there was an emergency situation. The officers are cross-examined at length, both by Mr. Ullman, the initial officer, and by Mr. Shapiro, Detective Van Adder. And both lawyers, defense lawyers in this case, did an excellent job on cross-examination. But when one looks at the results of that cross-examination, basically, there were really no holes put in either of those detectives' testimonies that they felt that they were acting in an emergency situation at the time. Again, I go back to that language in Kane. The search must be strictly circumscribed by the exigencies which justify its initiation. This would be a very easy decision for me if, in fact, these officers went in there like stormtroopers, fanning out over the property, examining every leaf, every car, every closet, every nook and cranny of this location. But the testimony, as elicited by the officers and is supported by the witnesses that testified on behalf of the defense, show that this was not what happened. What the testimony was is that the officers went in search of persons on the property. They went to the guest quarters of Mr. Kalin, woke him up. Now, someone might say, well, what are they doing looking at those tennis shoes? Well, they didn't know what the situation was. They knew there were bloody footprints that led away from that location, and there was blood on this vehicle that somehow is tied in, or could be tied into that. So they pick up the tennis shoes. There's no blood on those shoes. But they don't start searching under beds, searching drawers. They don't handcuff Mr. Kalin. They don't do anything like that. Instead, what they do is they ask him if there's other persons on the property. And where do they go? He directs them to Arnell Simpson's quarters, apparently further down that pathway. Now, Arnell Simpson testified. The officers didn't ask her whether there was anyone hurt or injured or a suicide or something like that going on. But what did Arnell Simpson tell us? She told us that while she was walking into that house, taking a path to the front door and opening it with a key, the officers asked her about the live-in maid. Again, we have to judge the officer's conduct and the exigency, if there was one, not based upon what all of us know today, but based upon what the officers knew at the time. And the information that they had been provided by West Tech Security was that there was a live-in maid at the location. Additionally, West Tech Security advised them that they had not been informed that there was going to be a vacation or an absence of the residents from that location. We know now, obviously, that there was no dying person or injured person on the property of the Simpson estate at that time. We know that all of the persons who were supposed to be there were accounted for. Mr. Simpson was in Chicago. Mr. Kalin was in his quarters. Ms. Arnell Simpson had been out and returned about 1 o'clock in the morning. And Gigi, the maid, was on her night off. But the officers didn't know that at the time. So their immediate question, where's the maid? And a quick sort of cursory look around the area of the maid's room once they get into the house, again, seems to be was conduct that was strictly circumscribed by the exigencies which justified its initiation, the language from that case. Now, what happened once the officers got into the house? What happened was they got on the telephone. They did exactly what they said they were there to do, which is to make arrangements for those children. Kathy Rando was called. Mr. Simpson was located and contacted in Chicago. Apparently, Mr. Collings was contacted. Nicole Brown's parents were contacted. This is exactly what they said they were there to do, and that's what they did. There's some suggestion, although I'm not sure that it's clear from the record, that at some point in time, Arnell Simpson apparently left the location in order to get the children, presumably leaving the police there at the scene, although it's really, that part of it is not clear to me. There's no indication at any point in time that the officers were told that they should leave. They were not welcome there. Miss Arnell Simpson was apparently so upset, and justifiably so, by the circumstances of which she was informed, that she couldn't even talk on the phone and explain to those persons that she was calling what had happened. And the only other thing really that went on while the officers were there at that time, at that portion of the testimony, was that they talked to Mr. Kalin. Did anything unusual happen around here last night? And we know from Mr. Kalin's testimony that there was a loud, jarring, banging on the wall of his guest quarters. One that scared him, that he didn't know the origin of, that he had mentioned to several other persons, but had never really investigated himself. So the officers have that information. from Mr. Kalin. And Detective Furman walks down that path. He doesn't go anywhere else on the property. Officers make no attempt to go upstairs. They don't start opening cupboards, lifting up carpets, opening vehicles. He goes down that path to the area approximately adjacent to the air conditioner where that noise was seen and the picture jarred from the wall, and finds a glove. A glove that appears to be the apparent mate to the glove found at the crime scene. And at that point, he describes that he walked down toward the end of the path to see where it would lead, looking to see whether he would find a body there, and that's sort of what he expected to find according to his testimony. He then takes the other detectives one at a time to that location and shows them the glove as well. Contrary to the suggestions in the defense argument that this ruling allowing the officers' conduct or finding that it was reasonable and that there were exigent circumstances would mean the end of the Fourth Amendment and the Constitution and anarchy, I disagree. And I think one only needs to look as far as the fact that within a short time after that glove was discovered, that the officers did in fact obtain a search warrant. And apparently many other items of evidence were recovered, none of which are going to be offered during the course of this particular proceeding. So in my mind, the Fourth Amendment is alive and well. It is recognized. It's nothing new, nothing novel that I'm coming up with here, that there are exigent circumstances that on occasion justify a warrantless entry and a limited search. And this, it appears to the court, is what occurred in this particular case, based upon, as I indicated, not only the testimony of the officers as to what their state of mind was, but the specific actions that they took, which show, in fact, that that indeed was their state of mind. And they are entitled to, and the court is entitled to give weight to, the experience of those officers in drawing their conclusions. And what we learned about those officers is that I think one had 19 or so years of experience, and then added over 25 years of experience in an elite homicide unit. And all of that can be taken into account. The court finds that they were in fact acting for a benevolent purpose in light of the brutal attack, and that a delay, and that they reasonably believe that a further delay could have resulted in the unnecessary loss of life. And therefore, the court denies the defense motion to suppress and will allow the introduction into evidence of the glove that was recovered and of the spattered blood spots that were located on the driveway once the sun came up, as well as the blood stain from the Bronco, which was in plain view on the public street. Ms. Clark, do you have an additional witness to call at this time?
Yes, sir, I do. If I may inquire of the defense when they wanted to have Mr. Kalin retake the stand to complete cross-examination.
All right, so you're not asking that he be recalled at this time? All right.
There will be no further cross-examination?
That was the indication.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Detective Tom Lang.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
Tom Lang, L-A-N-G-E, also known as Frederick Lang.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Lang, would you please tell us what you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police detective for the City of Los Angeles, assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, Homicide Special Section.
How long have you been a police officer, sir?
27 years in October.
And how long have you been assigned to homicide division, homicide special?
I've been assigned to that unit since November of 1978.
How many homicides have you investigated over the entire course of your career?
I can give you an approximation. Homicides that I've been directly assigned or investigations that I've been a part of, probably between 250 and 300.
Now, in robbery, homicide special, how many cases have you handled overall? Just an estimate.
Well, again, it'd be open to interpretation. There have been serial killings, there have been mass killings, if these are individual or, I don't know. It'd have to be over 200.
Sir, were you assigned as one of the investigating officers in the case now pending before this court?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I was awakened approximately 3 a.m. on Monday, June 13th at home.
And what did you do when you got that call?
I had received information that there was a double homicide at 875 South Bundy in the West Los Angeles area, and so I responded to that location, arriving approximately 4:30 a.m.
Is that Brentwood of Los Angeles County, sir?
Yes.
Now, by the time you arrived, were other officers already present?
Yes.
And was the scene secured in some manner?
Yes, the scene was secured by police yellow marker tape, as well as by uniformed patrol officers.
If you would, sir, could you please describe the building? Well, strike that. Did you see the apparent victims in this case when you arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Did someone lead you through a path that would avoid disturbing evidence to do so?
Yes.
And what was that path?
The path was a walkway running along the north side of the residence, perpendicular to the sidewalk in front.
And what were you able to see from that vantage point, sir?
On the walkway, I observed one victim, Nicole Brown Simpson, lying on the walkway at the foot of 3 steps leading up to the front entrance.
Were you able to see any other victims, sir?
Yes, just to the north and a little west of the first victim, I observed the second victim, Mr. Goldman, lying beneath a large tree in an area just off the walkway.
Series of small photographs in one the council. In respect to the first of these photographs, I'm going to ask that it be substituted in lieu of the larger photograph that's been marked on the poster board.
And here we go, which number?
I'm going to inform the court. People's 5, Your Honor. If I may withdraw People's 5 and substitute in lieu of that the smaller photograph and mark it as People's 5.
Mr. Shapiro, any objections?
No.
All right.
I believe council agrees this is a smaller version of the same one that we previously. Showing you People's 5, sir, can you tell me if you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes, that's the victim, Nicole Brown Simpson, lying in the position that I observed her on the morning of the 13th.
That is the position that you observed?
Yes.
And you, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear it. Did you tell us that you observed any other victims?
Yes, I observed a second victim, subsequently identified as Mr. Goldman, to the north and just west in a dirt area just off of the walkway beneath a large tree.
Now, did you have what we call a walkthrough at that scene?
Yes. I was given a walkthrough by West Los Angeles homicide detectives.
And where did you walk?
Initially, we walked up to the bodies, to the location, and observed them at close range. Some various things were pointed out to me initially by Detective Phillips. We then proceeded up the steps towards the front entrance of the home and eventually entered the home. Again, several things were pointed out to me by Detective Phillips that he had observed.
And when he pointed out them to you, when he pointed them out to you, did you observe them, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those items were?
Initially, near Mr. Goldman, there was a white envelope containing what appeared to be prescription glasses that was lying just off the walkway in the dirt between the first and second victims. There appeared to be a dark blue knit cap that was found in the dirt at the feet of Mr. Goldman, second victim. There was a dark brown leather glove, a left-handed glove that was also near the feet of Mr. Goldman, near the knit cap. I observed a ring with, I believe it was 5 keys, just below the buttocks of Mr. Goldman. I observed a great deal of blood both on and around the area surrounding Mr. Goldman and Ms. Simpson. There were what appeared to be paw prints or animal prints that had walked through the blood that was draining downwards down the sidewalks in an easterly direction towards the sidewalk from Nicole Simpson. I observed these animal tracks to go through the blood eastward and then proceed south along Bundy from the location. Additionally, I observed what appeared to be shoe prints, bloody shoe prints, leading from the area of the 2 victims up these steps and in a westerly direction along the walkway that is along the north side of the residence. They appeared to go directly by the open front door of the residence and continue in a westerly direction. As they progressed, they began to fade towards the rear of the house. The actual bloody shoe prints did. There appeared to be several blood droplets among these bloody shoe prints leading away westerly from the bodies. These droplets appeared to have landed straight down on the pavement.
Let me ask you a question, sir. You indicated that you saw bloody shoe prints in an area, in a direction that appeared to go away from the bodies toward the rear of the building?
Yes.
Did you notice any blood drops in that vicinity?
Yes, again, I did notice several blood drops.
What side of the bloody shoe prints?
I believe they were just on the left side or be on the south side for the most part.
To the south, which would be to the left of the bloody shoe prints?
Yes.
And if you would, sir, can you describe the nature of the building and the scene as you saw it? In other words, where is the path in relation to stairs and the landing and the building behind which, in front of which you found Miss Simpson?
Well, the building itself is a large condominium. It appears to be a duplex, 3-level.
If you step up the path, sir, is there a gate that you come to before you should come to the body of the victim?
Yes, there's a gate to the east of where the victims were located that I found to be wide open at the time. The gate is serviceable and could be locked from the inside and opened from the inside without a key. However, from the outside, one would need a key. Additionally, there's an outside latch that would have to be activated in order to get in after one would key their way in, or someone on the inside would allow them to go in.
You observed the operation of that gate, I take it, personally.
Yes.
Is there a way from the inside of the house, you can press a button to open the gate electronically?
There is an inside release button, but I could not activate it. To me, it was unserviceable at that time.
And at that time was what time?
Well, the morning of the crime scene investigation and during subsequent visits to the crime scene.
So as of June 13th, the morning of June 13th, you found the release button on the inside of the residence to be inoperable. That is, it would not open the gate.
Yes.
And based on your observation, you were able to manually unlatch the gate? If you went down to it and unlatched it?
From the inside?
Yes.
Yes.
But you would have to do that in order to open
Well,
it.
you'd have to, the inner knob is a smooth knob. The outer knob towards the street is keyed. So from the inside, you could open it by the knob, but one would have to, if they were opening it from the inside, reach over the gate and undo the latch that's on the outside of the gate.
As well.
Yes.
Just, Pat, you indicated, I think, that you found Ms. Simpson up against or next to the stairs that were leading up to the landing that leads to the front door?
She was lying more or less on her left side in what I would term a semi-fetal position, with the head in a north by northeasterly direction.
After you go up those stairs, if you were going to go to the back alley, can you describe the path that you would take?
To the back alley from that location?
Yes.
Yes, there are 3 or 4 steps leading above where she was located to a porch area, and then there are, I believe, 2 more steps up another area towards the front door, which would be off to one's left if you're walking in a westerly direction. That pathway continues westerly to the point where there is a small latched gate. One would go through the latched gate and then descend several steps to a lower area where the housekeeper's quarters would probably be located, and proceed along that area to a point where there are some more steps going up, another level area, and one would eventually reach a locking gate similar to the front gate located at the northwest corner of the property. This particular gate had a deadbolt lock, again, accessible from the inside and not the outside.
So from the pathway that is perpendicular to the sidewalk, you'd go up some stairs, across a landing, down some stairs, and out through a rear gate to a driveway area that is in front of the garage that feeds to an alley?
Yes, the residence driveway is to the rear there.
And the alley runs north-south?
Yes.
Did you also look at the inside of the house at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
When you saw that house, sir, can you describe the position of the front door?
When I observed it, the front door was wide open.
Is that the way, if you know, in which it was found by the first officer?
That was my information, yes.
Showing you now photograph that appears to be, will have the number 104 in it. And ask that this be marked Peoples
10.
10. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us what that is, sir?
Yes, this is the white envelope that I'd mentioned previously, located between both victims on the ground with the prescription, what appeared to be prescription glasses in it.
Did you see any writing on that envelope, sir?
Eventually, when it was turned over, I did see some writing on the face side, something to the effect of Nicole Simpson prescription glasses.
Do you see a pattern I'm pointing out now just below that white envelope that appears to be a pattern in blood?
Yes,
Did you observe that when you were at the scene that morning
yes,
on June the 13th?
yes.
What was that, sir? Or what did it appear to you to
It
be?
appeared to me to be a bloody shoe print of some type.
You indicated, I think earlier in your testimony, that you saw a few bloody shoe prints leading away from the bodies of the victims.
Yes,
Did they appear to be the same kind of tread as the one shown in People's tent?
they appeared to be consistent, yes.
Would the court like to see the photograph? Showing you now a photograph with the number 103 in it. Ask that it be marked People's 11.
All right.
Can you tell us what is depicted in that photograph, sir?
This is also, there are three various things in here that I'd like to point out. There's another bloody, what appears to be a bloody footprint, a dark blue knit ski-type cap that I described earlier, and the aforementioned dark brown leather glove that was located near the feet of Mr. Goldman.
Do you see also what appears to be that a bloody print in
Yes.
this photograph as well?
Yeah.
What was that, sir?
Again, it's a bloody footprint that was consistent with the others that I'd seen.
Shoe print, you mean?
Shoe print, that's correct.
And a photograph with the number 10. Let me show it to you.
Oh, sorry.
Another photograph with the number 102 in it, People's 12. Can you tell us what is depicted there, sir?
This is a close-up shot of the dark brown leather glove that I mentioned. Again, then there's appears to be a shoe print of a bloody shoe.
And a photograph with the toe of a shoe in it, depicting a brown glove and what appears to be blue knit cap. People's 13? Showing you People's 13, sir. Can you tell me what's shown in that photograph?
This is another photograph of the dark brown leather glove. It shows a portion of the left foot of Mr. Goldman, the victim. It also shows the dark blue ski cap that I mentioned earlier. And again, we have a bloody shoe print depicted.
Now, are those the same items depicted in the previous photographs that have numbers on them, sir?
Yes, they're just from a different angle.
And showing you a photograph that appears to have the numbers 102, 103, and 104 in it. People's
I think really the last one should have been, okay, the last one was 13.
13?
So this is 14?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Showing you People's 14, sir. Tell us what that depicts.
This is more or less an overall shot of the direct crime scene after the victims had been removed, indicating the aforementioned white envelope with the glasses, the dark brown leather glove, the blue ski cap, and the shoe prints.
That's a perspective shot of all of the items in one picture that you've shown,
Yes.
you've talked about.
Yes.
And now a picture with the number 107 in it, People's 15. Can you tell us, sir, if you notice any, what appear to be blood patterns reflecting a shoe print that you've previously described in that photograph?
This is a photograph at the stoop of the stairs where Nicole Simpson was located, looking in a westerly direction. There appears to be an outline of a shoe print on the first step leading up in a westerly direction in a large pool of blood.
Now, the sheet that is shown in that photograph, sir, with the number 107 on it, is that where you found Ms. Brown?
Yes.
And People 16. Please tell us what's depicted in this photograph, sir.
16 is the right foot, beneath the right foot of Mr. Goldman, the victim, depicting the sole and heel of his right shoe.
And why was that, why did you want that photograph taken, sir?
It was important to us to determine whether or not the victims had any blood on the soles or heels of their shoes.
Were you also interested in seeing the pattern of the soles of the shoes?
Yes, that also.
Was Miss Brown wearing any shoes?
No, she was barefoot.
Can you describe for us, sir, what Ms. Brown was wearing at the time that you saw her?
She was wearing a, what I describe as a black shift or cocktail dress, sleeveless. It had one strap through around the neck.
Halter dress?
Halter dress.
And can you describe for us what Ron Goldman was wearing when you saw him?
He was wearing some type of Levi's. He was wearing athletic type, what I describe as perhaps athletic type boots that were secured high on his ankle. He had on a light colored plaid long sleeve shirt.
When you first arrived at the scene, sir, had anyone yet been able to identify Ron Goldman?
No, he had not been identified.
If you know, at some point, was he identified at some point during that morning?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
Once the coroner's representative had arrived, a search was made of his pockets and his driver's license was recovered.
I'd like to photograph of what appears to be a driver's license, People's 17.
Yes.
Showing you People's 17, sir. Tell us if you recognize what I'm showing you.
Yes, that's a photograph of Mr. Goldman's driver's license, as well as a photograph of a Union Bank card.
Is that the driver's license that you saw that was retrieved from the pocket of Mr. Goldman?
Yes.
If you would, sir, can you describe the lighting as you found it when you arrived at the scene of 875 South Bundy?
When I arrived, initially, there was a porch light on over the front door, a ceiling type light. There was a small light located to the south of the stationary gate near where Miss Simpson was located. The lamp that shone directly straight up. There was a very dim Malibu light located east of the location. And as far as overhead street lights, there was one to the east of the location on the street. However, the illumination appeared to have no bearing on the scene itself. There's an additional hanging lamp on the northeast corner of Dorothy and Bundy that gave some indirect lighting on the scene. Additionally, there was a light on the building itself, on the residence, in the southeast corner of the residence outside that really had no direct bearing on the immediate scene.
Overall, sir, would you say that the lighting in the area where the victims were was very well lit, dark? Can you describe?
I wouldn't call it well lit. There was some light, but there's also a great deal of foliage and shrubbery around the area that would block out not only the overhead lighting, but some lighting from the residence itself.
Did you notice whether there was any kind of light on the gate itself?
On the gate?
Yes, the gate in front of the residence.
Not on the gate.
What, if any, lighting was there working on the night that you were there that you observed in the front of the house?
Again, initially what I observed was a small light that was implanted in the ground near the mailbox just south of the victims.
Was that on?
It was on initially, yes.
And what about the porch light?
Porch light was on.
But how much light did that give?
Not a great deal of light. It did light the area, but it was not what I'd call a great deal of light.
Here I have here a photograph I'm going to ask it to be marked People's 17?
18.
18? Thank you. Showing you People's 18, sir. Can you please tell us what's depicted in that photograph?
This is a photograph looking in a northwesterly direction of the victim, Mr. Goldman.
And that depicts the body of the victim, Mr. Goldman, as you found him, sir?
Yes.
In that photograph, can you see the envelope you earlier described that bore the writing, Nicole Simpson, prescription glasses?
Yes.
You described for us earlier, sir, a blood trail that went from the area where the victims were found to the outer area, all the way out to the alley behind the house.
Yes, in that general area.
I have a series of photographs, Your Honor. A through G, ask that they be marked People's 19.
All right.
And another 3 photographs collectively ask that they be marked as People's 20.
All right.
First of all, sir, I'm showing you People's 19. If you would, please describe what's shown in each photograph, and as best you can, describe the location in which we see each of the markers.
In photograph A, this is looking in a westerly direction. The This is the walkway described earlier. The victims would have been found below this photograph. This is the first landing area. These 3 steps lead up to the front entrance, which is just off to the left here. The numbers depicted were placed there by the criminalists indicate blood droplets that were located. Item photograph B is a close-up of number 112, a blood droplet. Photograph C, item 113, is depicted overall, and photograph A is another close-up of a apparent blood droplet. Photograph D indicates a stairwell on the walkway, overall depicted in photograph A, leading in a westerly direction downwards. Here we have item 114, which is an overall of a blood droplet. A close-up of 114 is indicated in photograph E. Photograph D, we have the various letters. These are corresponding to bloody shoe prints that I had alluded to earlier.
Letters, sir? Are you talking about other markings that are on that photograph?
Yes.
A-G, A-H, A-I,
Yes.
J-K, etc.,
These were placed by the criminalist.
to mark the bloody shoe print?
Yes. Photograph F, again, is looking westerly. That is the rear gate of the property located in the, there's the gate located in the northwest corner of the property. These are the stairs going up. Here you see a overall shot of item 115. Photograph G is a close-up of that, which appears to be a blood droplet.
That photograph F, sir, does that show the rear gate that opens out to the garage and alley area?
Yes.
Now showing you people's 20. Can you tell us what's depicted in those photographs A, B, and C, and describe the location that's shown in those photographs?
Photograph A is a close-up of the rear gate, what appears to be blood droplets. Item B, photograph B, again, is an overall depiction of what appears to be a blood droplet, and the close-up of that is indicated in photograph C.
So that is the outer area that actually is the driveway of the garage and alley?
Yes, this is the just off to the left here would be the vehicle, a Cherokee vehicle belonging to Ms. Simpson.
You're indicating photograph B there, sir?
Photograph B. This is looking in a northwesterly direction. The alley would be, the north-south alley would be depicted at the top here, from left to right.
And in photograph, you indicated photograph A is that gate.
Yes.
When you were at the crime scene that morning on June the 13th, did you notice the position of that gate that's shown in photograph A?
The gate was in the open position.
To your knowledge, was it open at the time the first officer arrived?
My recollection is that it was ajar, somewhat open. It wasn't secured.
It wasn't locked. Photographs be taken?
Yes.
Why?
It was apparent to me that these blood droplets were not directly associated with the victims, and that they were perhaps in association with the bloody shoe prints leading from the scene. It was also apparent that they would be connected to a suspect in this instance.
And so what were your instructions to the criminalist with respect to these blood drops that you've identified in people's 19 and 20?
To photograph, preserve, and collect these as evidence.
And with respect to all of the items that you have previously identified in the photographs we have marked during the course of your testimony, were those all items that you requested be collected by the criminalist and photographed in place as they were found?
Yes.
And are they depicted in the photographs as you found them, sir?
Yes.
Now, did you attend the autopsies in this case
Yes.
and observe them of both Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman?
Yes.
Showing you the exhibits previously marked as Peoples 3 and Peoples 2, can you tell me whether these are the people whose autopsies you were present with respect to this case, sir?
Yes, People's 2, I believe it is Mr. Goldman. People's 3 is, in fact, Miss Nicole Brown.
In your presence, sir, were blood samples taken from each of those people?
Yes.
And did you retrieve those vials of blood that were given to you, that were made by the coroner during the course of the autopsy?
Actually, my partner, Detective Van Atta, retrieved them on the following day. I believe it was June 15th.
Sir, are you familiar with the term DR number?
Yes.
What is that?
DR is letters for what in LAPD we term a DR, or Division of Records number. This is a number that is assigned to a particular crime, to a particular victim. The first 2 digits would indicate the year. Something occurring this year would be preceded by the numbers 9-4. The second 2 digits would indicate the geographical division involved. In this case, geographically, West Los Angeles division is 8, so it would be 08. And the 5 subsequent numbers are the individual report numbers.
And is there a DR number assigned to this case, sir?
There are 2 DR numbers, 1 for each victim.
Do you know what they are?
9408174331 and 32.
The 31 number, is that the main number?
Yes, it's what we call a key number. It would be the first number obtained that all subsequent reports would be keyed off.
And the 32 number exists to designate a second victim?
Yes.
Is all of the evidence collected in this case assigned that DR number?
Yes.
And which one would it be assigned, the 31 or the 32?
The first one, the 31 number, yeah.
So if it bears that number, that indicates it was the evidence recovered in this case.
Yes.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes. Good morning, Detective Lang.
Morning.
Is this case still in the process of an ongoing investigation?
Yes.
And have you, from the onset until the present time, been getting leads on possible other suspects?
Yes.
And are you investigating those leads?
Personally, I am not at this particular point. They are being gathered, categorized, and we're assigning them out as quickly as we can.
Who is in charge of investigating other leads?
At this point, it's Detective Payne.
And how many people are under his direction investigating these other leads?
The number varies. Again, we're trying to prioritize the amount of information we're getting. He probably will have anywhere from 6 to 10 or perhaps more people, depending on the amount of information coming in.
Do you know what stages these leads are in terms of development?
Very, very early, I would say.
According to all the information you have received, was the first call relative to this investigation a call that there was a burglary suspect at 874 South Bundy Drive?
It seems to me there was a call to that effect, a prowler or something like that. I don't recall exactly.
Do you have any records of the first call that was received that resulted in this investigation?
I believe we might have. I haven't checked that. I don't know for sure.
And the officers who took that call, are they required to record that type of call?
The officers who responded to
No, who
this,
received the call that there was a burglary suspect?
well, I'm sure they recorded, yes. There's a daily field activities report that most units fill out, that they'd have it on.
The exact time of the radio call and the type of the call are required by LAPD policy to be recorded, are they not?
Certainly should be, yes.
Do you have any information as to how that call regarding a burglar suspect at Bundy was broadcasted?
No, I don't. Again, I'm not familiar with the particular details of that radio call. It's just my knowledge that I believe there was a previous call at that location.
Do you have any information that this call was broadcast on June 13th, 1994 at approximately 0010 hours?
Do I have information?
Yes.
There's very possibly information in the book.
And you have would this radio call be a high priority call?
It would depend. If a suspect were at the location at that time, it would be a high priority call if the suspect had left. Not necessarily unless the suspect's still in the area. Again, I don't know what the details were in that call.
Was the location of this call 874 South Bundy, directly across the street from the homicide scene?
I don't recall the address.
Do you have any records of that?
I believe there are some records.
And
It seems to me it was right in the vicinity, though, yes.
If it was 874 South Bundy Drive, would that be directly across the street from the
Yes,
homicide
yes,
scene?
it would.
Did you or anyone under your staff, anyone in your staff, locate the person who initiated this phone call?
I did not, and I'm not aware of anyone else who did, other than the responding officers, perhaps.
Did you or anyone under your direction interview anybody at 874 South Bundy?
I honestly can't give you an answer. We've done in excess of 100 interviews, and we've had perhaps a dozen investigators doing this. We have information coming in all the time. I really don't know.
Does a radio call of this nature cause to generate an incident report?
It would probably depend on whether or not a crime has occurred. If it were just a prowler call, perhaps it would just be a mention in their activities report. If a crime had occurred, then of course they'd be required to take a crime report.
What if it said burglary suspect there now at 874 South Bundy Drive? Would that type of radio call generate an incident report?
Not necessarily.
Do you know if an incident report was generated?
No, I don't.
If such a report was generated, would that be included in the murder book?
I would hope we would eventually get that.
Have you seen such a report in the murder book?
I don't recall seeing a report to that effect.
Was there any report that the burglary suspect that was there was a Caucasian?
Again, Mr. Shapiro, I'm not familiar with the details of that report.
Are the first officers at the scene required to protect the crime scene and cordon off the vulnerable areas?
Yes.
Are the officers required to determine if an ambulance crew or any other person moved the body or any items within the crime scene?
It would be helpful, but they're not necessarily required to do that.
Are the officers required to record the names, addresses, and date of births and telephone numbers of all persons at the crime scene?
That's preferable again, yes.
If an ambulance crew is present, are the officers required to record their names, serial numbers, and obtain a rescue report?
They should do that, yes, on a crime scene log, that's correct.
Was such a crew there?
I don't believe so.
Would you check your chronological
Yes.
record, please?
So give me a moment. There are several logs, several incidents here.
Maybe I can help you with that. Why don't you look at...
I believe I have it, thank you.
OCA.
Yes, I have it, thank you.
Does that indicate whether any emergency crews were there? Other than
I'm
police?
checking, it's quite lengthy. If I wasn't there to observe, but if I may have a moment. There is an indication of a Los Angeles Fire Department captain at the scene. It states here he was not needed. This does not necessarily mean that this was a paramedic, but a representative from the LA Fire Department.
Have you ever talked to that person?
No.
Has anybody, to your knowledge, talked to that person?
To my knowledge, no. I don't know.
Has anybody reported the names of any other personnel that might have been there with the fire department?
Well, I'm still checking if I can have a,
Pardon?
can I have a moment? I'm still checking.
Oh, yes, take your time. I'm sorry. Let me know when you've had a
Okay.
chance.
No, the only representative I see from the fire department is that captain.
Do you know what type of vehicle he arrived in?
No.
Did anyone check to see whether he inspected the bodies?
That's not indicated. All it says is not needed, so
My question was, did anyone check to see if he went to the bodies at the crime scene?
I don't know.
Did anyone check to see if he disturbed anything at the crime scene?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did anyone check to see if he came with a crew?
If he would have come with a crew, their names, they should have been logged, and all I see is his name, so I'm assuming he was the only one.
Whose responsibility is it to see that no one enters the crime scene?
The officers who would have been assigned to secure the crime scene.
And who were they?
Again, referring to my log, we have officers Cummings and Sanchez, McAllen and Wally, Ziegler, and it appears to be Mauricio. primary unit, Risky and Terrazas would probably have had something to do with that. Also assisting Officers Gonzalez and Ashton.
Have you read any reports that any of these officers generated regarding their observations when they arrived at the scene?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Have you talked to any of those officers?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Have you heard, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think one of the key issues in this case is whether or not the crime scene was disturbed. And this is foundational for asking those questions.
All right.
If counsel has concerns in that regard, you could certainly subpoena the first officer on the scene who could explain what he did to secure it and how he kept people out of the scene or perhaps failed to do so. But asking this detective who appeared on the scene some 4 hours after the first officer appeared is ineffective. There's no way that this officer could possibly know what transpired before he arrived. And asking him what was done and who came in and who did not, we all call for hearsay and speculation.
Well, I think here, since we're back now to the preliminary hearing, if the appropriate foundation had been established with regard to the number of years that this detective has with the department, which I believe that was part of your early testimony, hearsay would probably be admissible, assuming that he's not acting as a mere reader officer and that information was imparted to him by some other person. So the objection is overruled, subject to the appropriate foundation.
Thank you, Ron.
Did you read any of the reports that were generated by any of these officers?
Yes.
Have you talked to any of these officers?
No.
Do you know if did you ask any of them if they did anything at the crime scene upon arrival?
Personally, I did not. It was done by someone else.
Who was that done by?
Detective Phillips.
And did he report that anything was done at the crime scene by any of these officers?
Well, it's pretty vague. If you'd like, I could tell you what the reports indicated.
Yes, would you?
The reports, each officer was interviewed separately as to what they did at the location, where they stood, where they stepped, whether or not they were injured. And there are reports as to each officer. Each officer's shoe prints were photographed, and they each gave a statement as to exactly what they did at the scene.
Is there any policy regarding how persons can enter a cordoned off crime scene?
Is there any policy?
Yes.
Well, again, policy is a guideline. No two crime scenes are alike. Therefore, we have policy, but again, policy is merely a guideline. It can't dictate to you how to handle any particular crime scene.
Is the policy generally that no crime scene shall be entered except in the accompaniment of an officer?
You could interpret it as generally being that way, but again, it's merely a guideline.
And to caution anybody who does regarding contamination or alteration of evidence.
Certainly.
Was that done in this case?
Again, I was not present. I would certainly hope it was.
Now, did you and your partner, Detective Van Adder, arrive together or in different vehicles at the Bundy crime scene?
Separately.
Who arrived first?
Detective Van Adder.
You arrived how much later?
Yes.
How much later did you arrive, do you know?
Oh, I believe it was approximately 20 or 25 minutes.
And did you observe the crime scene to be secure when you entered?
It was secure in my mind, yes.
Were tapes, ropes, barricades placed in proper positions?
There was yellow police tape that was up, and there were uniformed officers, I believe, stationed at the front and the rear of the location.
In your opinion, was it properly barricaded?
If you refer to yellow tape as barricades, yes, there were no actual barricades.
I'm asking in your expertise as the senior member of the special unit, whether or not that crime scene was properly cordoned off at the time you arrived?
In my mind, it appeared to be, yes.
Upon arriving, did you cause to record the weather conditions and the temperature at the crime scene?
Initially, I did not.
Is there any importance to doing that?
There may be, there may or may not be.
And what would the importance be?
The importance certainly may be perhaps one factor of many in determining the time of death.
Is the time of death an important criteria to establish in a homicide investigation?
I would say in most instances, yes,
In this case, would it be?
certainly.
And is it true in your experience that the earlier you begin the investigation process regarding trying to establish the time of death, the more likely you are to establish the time of death?
Not necessarily.
So you would not agree with that?
Well, again, it's a general statement. There would be instances certainly where that would be true, and there would be instances where it wouldn't be necessarily be true,
In this case, would it have been true?
perhaps.
And you, as the senior detective there, were in charge of alerting criminalists, the coroner, and any other support unit you would need to conduct a proper investigation. Is that correct?
Well, in conjunction with my partner, yes.
And what time did you notify the coroner's investigative unit to come out to help ascertain the time of death?
I had requested another detective on the scene to make what we call a first call to the coroner's office to alert them what we had. Subsequent to that, another call is made telling them that we're ready for them. I don't recall who made the call.
Is there any record of that? Is that in your chronological log?
That may well be with the coroner's log.
Is it in your chronological log?
I don't believe I have it in my chronological log.
Is that something that you should have in your log?
Not necessarily.
What time did the coroner's investigators arrive at the crime scene?
Would you like me to refer to the homicide log?
If you don't know,
I have no personal recollection.
do you have a general idea how many hours it was after the initial
It seems to me it was probably approximately 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10, 10:15, somewhere in there. But it's only a guess.
Would you feel more comfortable in reviewing your notes?
It doesn't matter to me if you'd like me to. Do you want a specific time?
If you're comfortable with that answer, fine. If you're
Well, no, again, I ask you if you would like a specific time. If you would, I can look at the log for you. I don't recall a specific time.
we would like to get the answer that closely resembles exactly what occurred. So if your notes would help you in that, we would appreciate
Well,
it.
it's in the log.
Please check that then.
The personnel log at the scene indicates that Coroner's Representative Ratcliffe arrived at 9:10 a.m. and Coroner's Representative Jacobo arrived at 9:20 a.m.
Are you familiar with the term rigor mortis?
Yeah,
And is that a factor that's used to determine the time of death?
it can be, yes.
And in a case involving a homicide like this one, would it be important to try to establish the time of rigor mortis as close to the time of the actual death, or establishing later the time of death?
The time of rigor mortis, I don't understand. Rigor mortis is an ongoing thing.
Is it that determination a time determination? In other words, is that a determination that if made earlier is more helpful, or it doesn't matter when it's made?
Objection. Vague, ambiguous, calls for a conclusion from a non-expert witness of an expert.
Sustained, there's no foundation that this detective knows the answer to that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you know the answer to those things?
I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor. But that was the whole point. No foundation was laid.
I think that you'd have to sort of lay the foundation before you ask the general conclusion. Doesn't know the
Are
answer.
you an expert in homicide investigations?
I guess that's open to interpretation.
Have you qualified as an expert in homicide investigations?
I have.
On how many occasions?
I've been court qualified on at least one occasion in Superior and Federal Court.
Do you consider yourself an expert in homicide investigations?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do others consider you an expert in homicide investigations in your department?
Calls for speculation irrelevant. Objection.
Overruled.
All right, you would have to ask them.
Can we call Detective Van Adder, please? We'll proceed.
All right.
You guys are very modest, I must say. Are you familiar with such terms as lividity, temperature change, digestion in the stomach, and eye fluids as they relate to time of death?
Yes.
Are any of those things important criteria in establishing time of death?
They can be.
Are all of those important criteria in establishing the time of death?
They certainly can be.
Now, you called for a criminalist to come to the scene, is that correct?
I personally did not, but I,
At your direction?
Yes, yes.
At your direction. And I know you don't dial the phone for all these things, but you're kind of like the coach or the quarterback, and you tell other people what to do?
sometimes,
Did you in this case?
yes,
And that was your job?
yes,
And you told somebody for a criminalist to come out?
yes,
In the first place you directed the criminalist to come was to Rockingham, isn't that correct?
I don't recall exactly how that happened. I know that he was directed to Rockingham first, though.
And did you consider Rockingham to be a homicide scene at the time he was directed there?
No.
Did you consider Bundy to be a homicide scene?
Yes.
Of the two, which did you consider to be more important in terms of priority to get a criminalist to?
More important to get a criminalist would be Rockingham.
And that was before you and the other officers made your emergency entry into that location, wasn't it?
I believe the requests for a criminalist to test the apparent blood stain on the vehicle was before.
Was
I
before.
believe it was. I'm a little unclear because I left the Rockingham location shortly thereafter to return to the Bundy location.
Do you have any records to indicate the time that the criminalist arrived at Rockingham?
I was not present when he arrived at Rockingham.
And my question is, do you have any records to indicate the time the criminalist
I may
arrived?
have in my possession, like I said, there are many logs here.
Well, that's something that you are required to record, isn't it? What time a criminalist initially arrives at a crime scene?
Well, I would hope somebody would, certainly.
Would you check and see who did that and what time the criminalist arrived?
I don't know, and I don't have that information, if a separate log was kept after I left the location. I'll have to go through quite a bit of material here.
Now, you've got your lieutenant here, and you've got two deputy district attorneys, maybe you could take a moment and the four
I
of you
think,
might be able to find this.
Mr. Shapiro, we'll take the morning recess at this time, and that
might
should
be a good time to
facilitate.
find it. Yes, thank you.
We're again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. Mr. Shapiro.
Yes, I believe there was a question pending. Do you recall the question, Detective?
No, may I have it repeated, please?
Yes. Do you have records to reflect in your chronological log what time the criminalists first arrived at the Rockingham scene?
I don't know.
Did you check with Lieutenant and Deputy District Attorneys and anyone else you had time?
I checked with my partner who was at the that particular scene, and he indicates there was no log made, that was not a crime scene at that time. In fact, would you like me to explain that a little bit?
I think you've answered the question.
Okay.
Thank you. Did you file any reports, supplemental reports, or follow-up reports as to what time the criminalists arrived at the Rockingham location up until including today?
I didn't. That would be filed by the criminalist himself. He would have his own information, his own log.
And have you seen such a report?
I haven't seen it, no.
Do you know if one exists at all?
I am assuming a criminalist report does exist, yes.
That wouldn't be something that you would want to maintain in your murder book, though, now.
Once I get it, yes. We haven't received many things, and that's one.
Isn't the criminalist one of the closest people you work with in a homicide investigation?
Objection vague. What is closest meaning?
Or the most important, I'll rephrase that, and I think counsel's correct.
Well,
Would you say a criminalist is one of the most important members of your investigative team in a homicide case?
That would depend certainly as to evidence in a crime scene. Subsequent to that, not necessarily, but certainly I'd say as to collection of evidence.
In this case, would you say that he would be one of the most important members of your investigative team?
As to the collection of serological evidence, yes.
And is that a very important aspect of this case, in your opinion?
Yes.
Is it maybe the most important aspect of your case?
Evidence-wise, I would say there's a good possibility of that, yes.
And as of today, you still have not received any reports from him. Is that your testimony?
No, I've received reports from him, but the reporting procedure is ongoing. The investigation is ongoing. I get reports from various entities on a daily basis, sometimes as many as 50 or 100 pages of various things.
When you and your partner and the two West LA homicide detectives left Bundy to go to Rockingham, who did you leave in charge of Bundy?
Lieutenant Rogers.
Did you instruct him, even though he's your supervisor, as to what to do?
Basically, what to do was to secure the scene until I arrived, until I returned.
Until you came back?
I'm sorry?
Until you came back?
Yes.
And that meant not to let anybody in or out and maintain the perimeter?
Not necessarily.
What did that mean when you told him, when you gave him instructions that you were leaving?
To secure the location and that we'd be returning.
What did that mean? What were you conveying to Lieutenant Rogers to do?
That I was leaving for a short time and that I would soon be returning.
And what was he to do at your direction?
Remain at the crime scene.
And do what? Sit there, go to sleep, investigate?
Make sure that no one disturbed the crime scene, basically.
So he was now in charge of no one entering that crime scene area?
No, not necessarily.
Was he in charge of continuing the investigation at Bundy?
He was in charge of anything that might have come up while he was there until I arrived back.
Would you say that your investigation had been completed at the Bundy scene at the time you left for Rockingham?
Certainly not. It hadn't started.
And did you instruct him to do anything regarding the crime scene investigation as your supervisor when you left to go to Rockingham?
The instructions were that it was mutually understood that he would remain there until I returned. There were no specific instructions to do this or to do that.
Does the murder book or chronological record indicate whether Lieutenant Rogers conducted a crime scene investigation in your absence?
I don't believe you would find that in there.
Did you ask him if he did?
No.
Is that something you'd want to know?
If Lieutenant Rogers conducted the crime scene investigation?
In your absence, yes.
No, it was a mutual understanding that that in fact was my duty and that I would do that once I returned, perhaps with his assistance.
What time did you return to begin your crime scene investigation at the Bundy location?
It was approximately 6:45 a.m.
So that's now 6 hours and 45 minutes after the report, the last report of the deaths. Is that correct?
Roughly.
Is there any benefit in starting a crime scene investigation as soon as possible?
There certainly could be.
Could there be in this case?
Well, that would be open to speculation, and certainly down the road we may know more about this case. We'd find out at that time. At this point, it's kind of up in the air.
Based on what you know now, would it have been your preference to conduct a crime scene investigation at Bundy as soon as possible?
Not necessarily.
That's irrelevant and it's vague.
Sustained.
When you went to Rockingham, did you direct any officers to do a door-to-door search of the surrounding neighbors?
Objection, vague, search.
Are you talking about the surrounding neighbors at Bundy or surrounding
At Bundy,
Rockingham?
at Bundy,
At Bundy?
yes.
And by search, just what do you,
Let me clarify that that was a very poorly phrased question. Did you direct any officers to door knock surrounding residents to ascertain if anybody saw anything at Bundy?
I don't recall doing that. No.
Do you have any notes to reflect you did that?
No.
Would you say that it would be appropriate to start at 874 South Bundy where a suspicious person was reported to begin looking for potential witnesses?
Not necessarily.
Have you reviewed up until today any communication tapes to see if there were any prowler or burglar calls in the immediate area prior to June 13th, 1994 at 00110 hours?
No.
During your investigation, have you determined if in the last few years there have been any similar homicides reported in Los Angeles?
Objection, vague.
as to similar?
Similar to what? In what way?
Similar to, let me rephrase that.
All right.
Similar to the homicide you're investigating in this case.
Same objection with respect.
Do you mean a double murder of an adult male and female?
Yes, similar circumstances that a male and female were murdered under the same or similar circumstances. That's one of the things you do in your investigation, isn't it? To see if there are patterns of homicides?
Well, objection, it's still vague. At what circumstances? Males and females are unfortunately murdered every day. In what respect is the counsel inquiring as to the similarity?
Did you look to see if you had any similar sort of crime reports to the incident that there was on Bundy?
No, Your Honor.
Are you familiar with something called the Homicide Manual of the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
And I take it you read that and you follow that?
I have read it. It hasn't been updated in a number of years, but I am familiar with it.
So you think the manual's out of date?
Well, it certainly could be. It's not a hard and fast text on how to conduct a homicide investigation.
Do you agree with this statement in the homicide manual that the preliminary investigation at the scene is the most important and possibly the most sensitive aspect of the homicide investigation?
I'm a little ambivalent about that. Yes and no. It certainly is important. It's not necessarily the most important thing that exists.
Would you agree with this statement in the manual that good note-keeping is the foundation of a good homicide investigator?
That's a basic that is certainly preferable, yes.
Do you agree with this statement in the manual? That accurate, comprehensive, and chronological notes not only coordinate the investigation, but allow the detective to present the possible case in court sometimes years later?
Once again, as a guideline under perfect circumstances, that's certainly something that you would want, yes.
Were field interview cards completed on all possible witnesses?
We have over 100 witnesses. No, I don't believe so.
Were neighbors interviewed in the direct proximity of the crime scene who did not hear anything unusual between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock?
I haven't had a chance to review all of the neighbor statements, so I am not sure whether or not a recordation was made of that.
Were any crime scene broadcasts initiated?
Again, I haven't reviewed the communications tape, an earlier question, so I don't know.
Did you order that there be no smoking or eating permitted within the crime scene area?
I did not.
Have you obtained a detailed report of what all the officers at the crime scene reported and the actions they took immediately upon arrival at the crime scene?
Yes.
Have you ascertained how many officers have gained entry into the crime scene prior to your arrival?
Yes, that should be contained within their statements.
Have you asked the officers to recreate their movements?
Yes. I have not personally, it was done by Detective Phillips.
So that's all recorded as
At my
of today.
direction, yes.
Did you ascertain if any officers smoked at the crime scene?
That too would be contained in their statements.
Did you ascertain if any of the officers or any media personnel drank any coffee at the crime scenes?
Well, objection, that's vague. And
When you say crime scenes, do you mean now both Rockingham and...
Well, there's 3 crime scenes. There's Chicago. Would you agree there are 3 crime scenes in this investigation?
I would agree that there are 2 and perhaps a third, which I would term a potential crime scene.
Let's talk about the 2 that you would determine as crime scenes. Do you have any knowledge of anybody drinking coffee within the areas of the crime scene after they were cordoned off?
At the scene, directly at the scene, no, I don't. I am not aware of anyone who is drinking coffee.
As the officer in charge, would you say that both crime scenes were protected from destruction or contamination of evidence by onlookers as well as news media personnel?
Okay, number one, I was primarily in charge of and directed the investigation at the Bundy scene. I was not at the Rockingham scene, but for a short time. I was satisfied that the Bundy scene was in fact secured, yes.
Who was in charge of the Rockingham scene?
Detective Van Adder.
Would you agree or disagree that standing or walking at the crime scene, leaning against doors, walls, or windows, may destroy valuable evidence, latent fingerprints, hair, skin specimens?
That possibility.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
I just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did you determine
Again, I haven't reviewed the communications tape, an earlier question, so I don't know.
Did you order that there be no smoking or eating permitted within the crime scene area?
I did not.
Have you obtained a detailed report of what all the officers at the crime scene reported and the actions they took immediately upon arrival at the crime scene?
Yes.
Have you ascertained how many officers have gained entry into the crime scene prior to your arrival?
Yes, that should be contained within their statements.
Have you asked the officers to recreate their movements?
Yes. I have not personally, it was done by Detective Phillips.
No, that's all recorded as
At my
of today.
direction, yes.
Did you ascertain if any officers smoked at the crime scene?
That too would be contained in their statements.
Did you ascertain if any of the officers or any media personnel drank any coffee at the crime scenes?
Well, objection, that's vague. And
When you say crime scenes, do you mean now both Rockingham and?
Well, there's 3 crime scenes. There's Chicago. Would you agree there are 3 crime scenes in this investigation?
I would agree that there are 2 and perhaps a third, which I would term a potential crime scene.
Let's talk about the 2 that you would determine as crime scenes. Do you have any knowledge of anybody drinking coffee within the areas of the crime scene after they were cordoned off?
At the scene, directly at the scene, no, I don't. I am not aware of anyone who was drinking coffee.
As the officer in charge, would you say that both crime scenes were protected from destruction or contamination of evidence by onlookers as well as news media personnel?
Number one, I was primarily in charge of and directed the investigation at the Bundy scene. I was not at the Rockingham scene, but for a short time. I was satisfied that the Bundy scene was in fact secured, yes.
Who was in charge of the Rockingham scene?
Detective Van Adder.
Would you agree or disagree that standing or walking at the crime scene, leaning against all doors, walls, or windows may destroy valuable evidence, latent fingerprints, hair, skin specimens?
That possibility.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
I just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did you determine if any police officer check the shoes of the witnesses who discovered the bodies?
It was related to me that I believe that was done around the time that the dog's paws were observed, but I did not direct that, nor do I have any personal knowledge of that.
Are there any reports to indicate that was done?
There may well be. Within the officers section, I haven't had a time to review those.
Is there somebody you could check with now to see if there are such notes?
Well, again, all of the notes and statements aren't in. I suppose I could check the officers section. I am not aware whether that would be in there or not.
How many footprints other that would relate to shoes in blood did you observe at Bundy?
I don't have the number.
Has anybody calculated the number?
That was assigned to the criminalists. Again, as the footprints moved away in a westerly direction, they faded. So I don't know that you'd get an accurate number, but they were charted by the criminalists.
They were?
I'm sorry?
They were or weren't charted?
Charted.
They were charted?
Well, by charted, I'm referring to photographed and measured, and I requested a so-called stride analysis.
Have you received that yet?
No. Again, I may have it in my reports. I have hundreds, and I haven't been through them all.
Would you check, because we have not received that yet either?
There's a good chance that we haven't either.
Well, I'd ask that we conduct this discovery procedure off the record.
Mr. Shapiro, you're entitled to that, but let's have the witness check on that.
Thank you. I'm not
later.
going to ask him to do that now.
Okay.
Were you able to determine whether the blood imprints from a shoe were all from the same shoe?
Objection, that calls for speculation, no foundation.
Are you able to give an answer to that question?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody reported to you that there were more than one type of shoe print with blood on it at the scene?
No.
Have you talked to the criminalist about this?
In regards to these shoe prints, no.
Is that something that you would deem important?
Objection vague. What? Something that you would deem important?
Speaking to the criminalist about the shoes?
Yes.
What about the shoes, though? That they existed, that they were the same shoe, that it was the same tread, that they existed at all, where they were found?
Well, I interpret that question to relate to whether there was more than one maker of the shoe prints.
That was my understanding.
With that understanding, can you answer that?
Yes, and that it's my belief that the shoe prints probably belong to a suspect or were left by a suspect, and we'd certainly like to find out what type of shoe they are.
I'm sorry, your voice is trailing, and I can't hear the end of the answer.
You'd like to find out what?
Could you repeat the question again? Here, I want to give you an accurate answer.
Have you discussed with the criminalist whether or not the blood prints from the shoes indicate one pair of shoes or more than one pair of shoes?
In a general discussion at the time, at the crime scene location, it was the opinion of the criminalist that it appeared that there were one. To my knowledge, these prints have not been analyzed and the work has not been completed. So I've made no other requests at this time and had no other conversations regarding it.
Do you have a report indicating how many spots of blood were found at the Bundy residence that you referred to as drops that did not belong to Nicole Brown or Ronald Goldman?
I may have that report, yes.
Do you know offhand how many that was?
It seems to me it was initially 5 droplets on the walkway.
And have you or anybody at your direction ascertained when those droplets originated?
When?
Yes, how long they have been there?
I don't believe there's any way to determine that.
I don't have any further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, do you have any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Sir, do you have other detectives assisting you on this case besides Detective Van Adder?
Yes,
And is it fairly common in the homicide special section to have other detectives in the unit assist in the investigation of one team of detectives?
yes,
And are you aware at this time of every piece of work or report that each of those detectives have generated?
no,
Would you say that this investigation is an ongoing one with reports being generated every day?
yes,
As time goes by, do you expect to catch up with the reports that have been generated in this case
I hope so.
and to read everything that you have
Yes,
and to confer with all of the experts in the case?
yes,
With respect to the criminalist, sir, at this time, the shoe prints have been preserved with respect to the blood and the swabbing and the photographing. Is that correct?
yes.
Has there been any attempt to analyze those shoe prints any further at this point by that criminalist?
I don't believe so.
Is it your intention to have that done?
Yes,
Are there many things that you intend to have done in this case before it proceeds to trial?
yes,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question, assuming it's a fact that the court is going to hopefully determine.
Sustained.
Motion is stricken.
Stricken.
All I meant, I'm sorry, and all I meant by that was, as the case goes on, there are going to be many things to do, assuming the case goes on.
Your Honor, we have a man who's in custody without bail, and I think that's a very proper question, and is very prejudicial.
I don't know.
Overruled.
Let me ask you this, sir. In the course of every case that you have handled, and you indicated you've handled 200 to 300 homicides,
yes,
is the investigation always ongoing?
yes,
And at the stage of a preliminary hearing for every one of those homicides, is the investigation an ongoing thing,
yes,
with many things left to do at the stage of the preliminary hearing?
yes,
And this case is no exception.
that's correct.
Is it unusual to get leads from multiple suspects during the course of an investigation, sir?
No,
In fact, during the course of an entire case?
no,
And if you don't personally go out to investigate those leads, you do assign those leads to be investigated by someone?
yes,
You were asked by counsel why you didn't look for other similar homicides,
I believe it was something like that, yes.
and you indicated you did not.
Yes.
Why?
Well, again, we're in the very early stages of this investigation. At this particular point, this would not be an appropriate time to do it. There is a suspect in custody, and we are proceeding against that particular suspect. Eventually, this is probably something that very possibly could be done, or it may not be done.
And when we say similar homicides, did you understand that to mean like a serial killing?
I didn't know exactly what he was referring to.
Sir, is it common in an investigation, particularly with respect to a homicide, to have neighbors in the immediate vicinity contacted by police officers to determine what, if anything, they saw or heard?
Yes,
Was that done in this case?
yes,
And although, did you direct that it be done?
yes,
Now, you indicated that in the log, captain of the fire department did show up on the scene, and it was indicated in your log that he was not needed. Is that correct?
yes,
Does it indicate in your log how long he was at the scene?
If I could consult the log.
Certainly.
The log indicates he was at the scene for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes.
In your experience, sir, is it common for captains of the fire department to interact with the bodies of homicide victims?
It would depend, possibly, perhaps not.
The fact that he was shown to be there only 5 minutes with an indication that he was not needed, what did that mean to you?
Objection.
Overruled.
To me, it would mean that he was aware that the incident had occurred, and he was dropping by as the supervisor to see if the fire department's assistance might be needed for anything.
Did it indicate to you that he had had any interaction with the bodies of the victims?
No.
It indicated to you that it did not? Did that indicate to you that he did not have any interaction with the bodies of the victims?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. In your experience, sir, is it generally the paramedics who have interaction with the bodies?
Yes.
And when that occurs before you arrive at a crime scene, in your experience, sir, when you come on the scene after they have attended to the bodies, is there some way that you can tell they have been there before you?
Yes, I will leave the ambulance slip.
An ambulance slip?
Ambulance slip indicating that they'd been there in the unit and the time of death and this type of thing.
Is there something about the condition of the bodies of the victims that tells you that paramedics have been there to attend to them before you arrived?
Sometimes, if the paramedics have been there, the body position will be altered.
Have you ever seen the electrocardiogram, the pads that they use for reviving someone that they place on them to revive the heart?
Yes.
And did you see that in this case?
No.
But that is frequently left on the bodies of victims when paramedics have attended to them before you arrived?
Yes.
Was there anything about the bodies as you saw them in this case that indicated to you that they had been disturbed by anyone in any way?
No.
Do you happen to know when the coroner's investigator arrived?
I have that notated here in my log, if I may. Investigator Ratcliffe arrived at 9:10 a.m.
Where were you at that time, sir?
I was at the Bundy location.
So you saw the coroner's investigator arrive?
Yes.
Isn't it policy, sir, that no one is to touch the body of a victim before the coroner's investigator arrives?
That's correct.
And you were present when that coroner's investigator got there?
Yes.
You indicated, I think, that you did not direct anyone to not smoke or drink at the crime scene at 875 South Bundy.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It's generally a given that an officer has been trained and knows better than to smoke or eat at a crime scene. If someone had been observed doing that, we'd have jumped on them right away. That is not tolerated at a crime scene, and that's general knowledge.
So when there's tape around the scene that has been secured with the police tape as a barrier, whatever's inside that scene, no one is allowed to go in there and do anything like smoke or drink or eat.
That's correct.
And if something like that were to occur, it would be very unusual.
Yes,
And a report would be made?
certainly.
Was there any such report made in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there any indication made to you that the crime scene at 875 South Bundy was disturbed in that manner behind the yellow tape in any way?
No.
You indicated that it was more important to get a criminalist to Rockingham Avenue than to the Bundy address at one point during your testimony on cross-examination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why?
The Bundy location was a secured location. The victims, the evidence were secure. Nothing was going anywhere. At the Rockingham location, it was an unsecured location. There was a vehicle that was parked at that location with a possible blood stain on it that we wanted analyzed. It was parked partially blocking the street. Again, it was unsecured, and we needed that possible blood stain to be analyzed first. It just made sense because we had the other location secured. So we wanted the Rockingham thing out of the way, and that criminalist then was to proceed on to Bundy.
Well, you indicated earlier that the Rockingham address was not a crime scene, and that no crime scene log was generated for it because it was not a crime scene. Can you explain that?
When I was at the location, it was not a crime scene. The criminalist, when I was there, well, the criminalist that was requested was there to only test the blood on the Bronco vehicle. I left before the criminalist arrived.
In the 200 to 300 homicides that you've investigated, sir, has it ever occurred before that you have left a crime scene before it was completed in the processing?
Seems to me there have been instances, yes.
And that when you left the crime scene in previous cases, before the processing was complete, you intended to return?
Yes.
Was that your intention when you left 875 South Bundy for the Rockingham address?
Yes.
Did you expect to be back fairly quickly?
Yes.
So when you left Lieutenant Rogers at the 875 South Bundy address, and I believe you indicated earlier you did not intend for him to process the crime scene for you, you left him there thinking that you were going to be back in a few minutes?
Yes, short time.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Detective, to your knowledge, does the Los Angeles Police Department employ more than one criminalist?
Yes.
And if you wanted two criminalists at two different scenes, would that be available to you?
I don't know.
Did you try?
Did I try?
Yes.
No.
You were present at the autopsy.
Yes.
You've talked to the coroner who conducted it.
Yes.
You were present and directed the crime scene photographs to be taken.
Yes.
You were present and directed the criminalist in his activities.
Yes.
And you later caused to be purchased a stiletto knife from Ross Cutlery. Is that correct?
No.
Did anyone from your department purchase a stiletto knife from Ross Cutlery?
Yes.
You're aware of that knife?
Oh, yes.
You've seen it?
Yes.
You've shared that with the criminalist?
I'm sorry, shared it?
Have you showed it to the criminalist?
I don't know if it was shown to a criminalist or not.
Did you show it to the coroner?
No.
Is it your opinion that this knife, or one substantially similar to it, was the murder weapon?
Be pure conjecture with the knowledge that I have in regards to that knife.
In that case, it calls for speculation. Definitely.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Ms. Clark, anything else?
One question, Your Honor. Sir, is it preferable to use one criminalist in a case to process all the scenes related to one case?
Yes.
And why is that?
To maintain a certain order and custody of evidence, to have one person with knowledge of more than one scene, someone who is on everything that's going on with both scenes. It's important for chain of custody of evidence. It's important to be on the same page with the criminalist, and it would be very difficult to employ more than one criminalist, and this was absolutely necessary.
And if you have one criminalist who processes all scenes, he's going to know what's important at each scene because he's seen them all. And he may pick up things that you haven't.
Oh, yes.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
Just want to say the excuse.
Thank you very much, sir. You may step down. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone but the lawyers in the matter. Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, people call Detective Van Adder. Recall.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would offer to stipulate that Detective Adler's testimony very close and suppressed to be incorporated and made part of the record for the public.
Is that agreeable, Ms. Park?
Yes, it is. Thank you,
All
counsel.
right. Do we still need then to hear from Detective Van
We
Adder?
do for just a few matters, actually.
I think I've said this before. You've previously been sworn and remain under oath. Please have a seat in the witness stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
State and spell your name.
Philip Van Adder, Philip Vannatter.
Thank you. Give me a word.
Sir, did you attend the autopsies of the victims in this matter, Ron Goldman and Nicole Simpson?
Yes, I did.
And in the course of that autopsy, sir, did you observe the coroner to recover blood from each of the victims' blood samples?
Yes.
Did you recover those vials from the coroner's lab and return them somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Those vials of blood samples that you recovered from each of the victims, how were they packaged when you recovered them?
They were packaged in small glass vials with a purple top.
Did they bear some number or description?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell us what that was?
Certainly. They had the victims' names and the coroner case number that corresponds to their names on the vial.
Showing you people's two and three, sir, can you tell me whether the people depicted in these photographs are the ones whose autopsies you attended?
Yes, they are. Yes.
And they are
Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson.
in people's 2 and 3 respectively, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm sorry, sir, you described the packaging. Did that bear a number?
Yes, it did.
What number was that?
The coroner's case number for Mr. Goldman was 945135, and the number for Nicole Brown Simpson was 945136.
And that was on the packages?
That was on a label on the glass vial itself.
And what did you do with those vials?
I hand carried those to Scientific Investigation Division, Los Angeles Police Department, and handed them over to a employee there, Colin Yamauchi.
What does he do at the police department, sir?
He's an employee of the Scientific Investigation Division that works in the serology department.
And on what date did you deliver those to him?
That would have been the morning after the autopsy, would have been June the 15th.
Now, you've earlier testified concerning a glove that was seen at the south side of the property at 360 Rockingham.
Yes.
We show you a photograph. I'd like to be marked People's 21, Your Honor,
All right.
and ask you if this depicts that glove that you saw at the south side of the property in the position in which you saw it.
Yes, it does.
Now, you indicated that yesterday, sir, at approximately 7:30, you left the Rockingham address to secure a search warrant.
That's correct.
What time did you return to the Rockingham address?
Shortly after 11:30 in the morning.
And when you returned, did you see anyone outside the gates of the Rockingham address?
Yes.
Who did you see?
I saw Mr. Howard Weitzman and Mr. Taff, Mr. Skip Taff.
And where were they, if you recall? What gate?
They were standing at the Rockingham gate along the north side of the gate.
And where were you when you saw them?
I had just parked my car and was walking into the gate, walking toward the residence.
Did you make contact with them?
I spoke to Mr. Weitzman, yes, because I recognized him, and he spoke to me.
After you spoke to Mr. Weitzman, what happened next?
I continued into the residence with the search warrant, was there a short time, and I had left instructions with officers if Mr. Simpson arrived at the location to keep him from coming into the residence. And shortly after that period, while I was inside, I looked down and I saw Mr. Simpson at the location.
Did you make contact with him, sir?
Yes.
When you made contact with him, did you notice anything unusual about either of his hands?
Not at first. When I first made contact with him, he had handcuffs on. Shortly after making contact with him, I removed the handcuffs, and I noticed a bandage on his left hand, the left middle finger in the upper joint area.
Now, at some point, did you and the defendant proceed downtown?
Yes.
Now, when I said Mr. Simpson, then I said the defendant. Do you see Mr. Simpson in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out?
Certainly. He's wearing the dark blue suit, seated at the end of the council table there.
Indicating the defendant.
And you transported him downtown?
That's correct, yes.
Did anyone else accompany you downtown?
Yes, another detective from Robbery Homicide Division.
And did anyone else meet you downtown at the same time?
Yes,
Who was that?
Mr. Weitzman and Mr. Taff.
Once downtown, did you make some effort to document the condition of his left middle finger?
I did.
What did you do?
I took him to the photography lab of the police department and had it photographed.
Did you cause a blood sample to be taken from Mr. Simpson?
I did.
And did you get his consent to do so?
Yes.
Were you present when that blood was taken?
Yes, I was.
When was the vial given to you after it was taken?
Yes.
What did you do with that vial?
I kept that vial in my possession and hand carried it to criminalist Dennis Fong and turned it over to him to be booked with the evidence.
And that vial did you do it on the same day that the blood was taken from the defendant?
Yes, the 13th.
Of June?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, Your Honor.
All right.
Have your photograph, Your Honor, if you marked people 22.
All right. I don't have any photos. We have a 21.
May we approach?
Um,
If I can just put on a record, I have checked with the lawyers and investigators from my office, and we do not believe that we have received a copy of this photograph. I could take a moment and check with the criminalists, but I believe, but my recollection is we have not seen this photograph, and the date on this photograph is June 21st of 91.
91?
Of 94, I'm sorry. Can't see with or without my glasses.
They indicate what's on the photograph, Your Honor?
Yeah, there are two gloves and a ruler.
2 gloves, each of them bearing an item number that has already been related to this case. What it does is depict the glove recovered from the crime scene and the glove recovered from the house side by side. I would be delighted to provide counsel with a copy of that photograph if he feels that he does not have one. I thought we had given him copies of all photographs. This is not a crime scene photograph at all. It's a lab photograph.
So this is a photo that was taken at the crime lab itself?
Yes.
Do you have a series of such photos from the crime lab?
I don't. As far as I know, that's the only one. But I don't know. I thought counsel had all photographs, Your Honor. So I'll certainly have a duplicate for him. Not a problem. It doesn't constitute any evidence that he has not already seen. It simply puts the 2 items together in one picture.
Well, then perhaps we could use another item of evidence that we have already seen for the purposes of this examination. This time, give us an opportunity to examine this photograph.
Well, I'll give you a chance to examine that photograph. Do you have other evidence that you can present with regard to this at this point?
Well, I don't know how long it takes counsel to look at a picture of 2 gloves, but I'd be glad to wait until he's satisfied himself that he can match the item numbers of the gloves with the item numbers on his property report and the appearance of those gloves with the appearance of the gloves in the photographs he's already got.
I would say it would take me trying to get expert witnesses from New York and other parts of the United States to review this. I obviously am capable of looking at it, see it as the gloves. If that is the only purpose of this photograph, I think Detective Van Adder can identify hundreds of pictures of gloves that we have. It is just ironic that there is one picture that we don't have that they want to use for some reason.
It's one photograph that we have that shows the 2 gloves in one place side by side. That's all. Your Honor, I don't understand counsel's objection. I don't see why it takes an expert to look at a picture of 2 gloves.
Mr. Shapiro, I'm not going to preclude Ms. Clark from utilizing this photo. I take her word for the fact that it is a photo of apparently the gloves that we've heard testimony concerning in this preliminary hearing. You are entitled to a copy of it. They've indicated that they would provide one to you. When can that be provided, do you know?
Right now.
Do you have an extra
Counsel my
copy? Okay, you have a smaller version of what he's holding in his hand?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let's hand that over to defense counsel.
Are there any other photographs that we haven't seen?
Your Honor,
I don't know.
I've just been handed a series of photographs that all are crime lab photographs of these gloves. I believe counsel does have them, but I'll be glad to give him these again and have another set made for myself.
We have inventory each item of evidence that has been received and we have not received it.
That presentation was made to me yesterday, and then other counsel for the defense indicated they did indeed have what they said they didn't have. So I would ask for Mr. Shapiro to examine the items he's been given today again.
Is that something you can do in a short period of time?
Yeah.
Look at your photographs.
Well, how do we know when he has back in his office, Your Honor? I'm turning over all of these photographs that were taken at the crime lab. These are my only set, and ordinarily we order 2 sets, which would indicate to me that counsel has his. But in abundance of caution, I'm going to turn them over again, and I'll get another set for myself.
Last time we got these, we had a bill of $4,000 worth. Just pay attention.
May I proceed?
Yes, let's proceed.
They're showing you what's now marked People's 22. You recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes, I do.
Now, do you see beneath each of these gloves that there's an item number?
I do.
What's an item number?
That's a item number of a piece of evidence that's been recovered and booked as evidence with our crime lab.
And are you familiar with the property report that lists the item numbers for the evidence that was recovered in this case, sir?
Yes, I am.
Were each of the gloves recovered, the one at the 875 South Bundy address and the one at the 360 Rockingham address, given separate item numbers?
Yes, they were.
Do you recognize the item numbers shown in People's 22?
I do.
Can you tell us, sir, whether those are the item numbers that go to each of those respective addresses for each glove?
Yes, item number 9 is a glove that was recovered at 360 Rockingham, and item 37 is a glove that was recovered at 875 South Bundy.
Now, do items also receive a second number, a photograph number?
They normally get what's called a C number that's issued by the photography department, and in the crime report, DR number is affixed also.
For example, in the exhibit next to you, which is People's 19 in B, C, actually all of them, you see these numbers?
Yes.
Are those are photo numbers, sir?
Yes.
As opposed to item numbers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these series of photographs being shown. They're the very sideline.
Yes, will be heard in chambers. In chambers. There's not a realistic sidebar here in this courtroom with as many lawyers as we have.
Well, I'll take the exhibit back.
Yeah, pardon me?
Shall I take the exhibit back?
Sure. Exhibit back, reporter, please. All right, we're again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. The detective's on the witness stand. Ms. Clark?
Is the objection with overruled, Your Honor?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ask that the series of photographs be marked People's 23.
All right.
So showing you People's 23. Can you tell us if you recognize what's being shown here?
Yes, I recognize it.
First of all, tell us what's in photograph A.
Photograph A is a picture of Mr. Simpson's left hand, middle finger at the upper knuckle that was taken at my direction in the photo lab.
Does it accurately depict the condition of that knuckle as you saw it when you had the picture taken at Parker Center?
Yes.
Was there only one cut on that finger, sir?
There was a smaller laceration down toward the first knuckle that doesn't show up there very well. It was a small laceration that run in across the finger and down.
Now, the gloves that are shown in B and C of People's 23,
Yes?
do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the two gloves that were found at 875 South Bundy and 360 North Rockingham.
Now, the glove in photograph B contains item number 9. You can see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And as you earlier testified, that was the glove that was recovered from the Rockingham address?
That's correct, yes.
In photograph C, we have number 102 shown as to that glove.
Okay.
Does that reflect a photo number or an item number?
That reflects a photo number.
And are the photo numbers and item numbers correlated?
Yes, they are in the property report.
So that photo number 102 would correlate to item number 37?
That's correct, yes.
Describe the position of the glove as it's shown in photograph B. Is that palm up or is that the back of the hand up?
That's the palm of the glove that's facing up.
And in photograph C, can you tell?
May I step down where I can? Thank you. That's the back portion of the glove that's facing up.
And in photograph 22, are these both palm up or are they palm down?
These are both palm up, showing the palm of the glove.
Thanks. Did you observe the backs of the gloves, sir? The back of the hand of each glove?
At what point?
At any point. Have you ever observed them?
I saw the gloves in their original location, and I was also present when the gloves were shown to the defense at Scientific Investigation Division. So during this period, yes, I have seen the back of them.
Can you tell us if they're plain on the back or there's any kind of design on the back of the hand?
There appears to be a rib design on the back of the glove, leading toward the back portion or wrist portion of the glove.
You were gesturing with lines.
Straight lines.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Cross.
Detective Van Adder, when you caused to have Mr. Simpson's index finger photographed, did you ask for a criminalist to examine it?
No, I did not.
Did you ask for a medical examiner to examine it?
As it was being photographed?
Yes.
No, sir.
Did you ask for a doctor to examine it?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a nurse to examine it?
At a later date, I did, yes, or at a later time, I asked for a nurse to examine.
I'm not saying the photograph, I'm saying the finger.
The finger, yes.
So you asked a nurse to examine it?
I asked a nurse after the photograph was taken.
After the photograph.
Yeah.
Did you ask a doctor, a criminalist, or a medical examiner?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you ask anyone if they could determine how recent the cut was?
No, sir.
Did you ask anyone if they could determine the severity of the cut?
No, sir.
Did you ask anyone if they could determine the cause of the cut?
No, sir.
Did you ask anyone to examine the hand to see if there were any glass particles that may have caused the cut?
No, sir.
Was this photograph taken before or after Mr. Simpson gave a statement to you?
After.
And during the statement, Mr. Simpson told you that he...
Objection. Beyond the scope. And hearsay.
Sustained.
On what grounds?
Well, it appears that it was actually both.
Well, hearsay is admissible.
May we be heard, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we can be heard here, can't we? Just with regard to the legality of whether that's hearsay or not.
It's also beyond the scope. If counsel would like to take this witness on direct at the conclusion of cross-examination, I have no objection. But with respect to the hearsay, I'd like to be heard at time.
All right. We will discuss that at sidebar. We're going to break with regard to the general proceedings, and I'll see counsel in chambers with regard to this objection. And we'll be in recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
All right, we're once again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. We need to have the witness return to the witness stand, please. I bet you know what I'm going to say.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've previously been sworn and remain under oath. Please have a seat. Mr. Shapiro, do you wish to withdraw your last question?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Detective Van Adder, prior to the time that you examined the cut on the index finger of Mr. Simpson, did you have any information as to the possible source of that cut?
Same objection.
Overruled. You can answer yes or no.
I'm trying to think about that. I believe, I don't really recall whether I do or not at this point, or whether I did or not at this point.
In any event, other than photographing it, you took no steps to ascertain anything else regarding the cut?
Well, no, that's not totally true. I asked the nurse that took the blood sample to look at and cleanse and put a Band-Aid on the wound.
Other than that, did you have anyone else examine that wound for age, type of wound, the way the wound was inflicted, or any other indicia that would be important regarding that wound?
No, sir.
Now, that wound is described as being in the index finger of the left hand.
It's on the middle finger of the left hand on the large knuckle. The main wound is on the large knuckle.
And did you compare the location of that wound to a glove that was found either at Bundy or Rockingham?
No, sir, I didn't.
Has anybody under your direction looked at the glove to see whether or not there is a slice in the glove on the middle finger of the left hand that would coincide with the injury Mr. Simpson suffered when you observed him?
Yes, I had the glove looked at.
And what conclusions have been drawn?
I was informed that there was no slice on the glove that would correspond with that injury.
Is it your opinion, based on your investigation, that the murderer was wearing gloves at the time?
Yes.
Do you have any opinion as to how the glove got to the location on Rockingham?
Yes, I certainly do.
And what is that?
My opinion of how the glove got to the location on Rockingham.
Yes.
Well, I believe at the time of the murder, the person was wearing gloves, and during the struggle with the man, one of the gloves was dropped at the crime scene, and the other glove was then transported to Rockingham.
And how did it end up in the debris in Rockingham, in your opinion?
Well, from looking at the scene and from knowing all the circumstances that surround that, I believe it was dropped back there by the person that transported it up to that location, doing whatever he was doing behind there that created the loud thumps on the wall.
And so I would take it you would have the criminalist search that area for blood drops.
Yes.
And did you have the criminalist search that area for blood drops?
Yes.
Were any found?
Not to my knowledge.
I would take it you would have the criminalist check on that area to see if there were any footprints with blood on it?
Yes.
Did you have that done?
I even looked at it myself. There was a lot of debris and leaves lying on the walkway.
Were there any bloody footprints in that area?
I didn't see any, sir, no.
I take it you'd want to determine whether or not, prior to investigator Furman going back there, whether or not anybody else walked in that area. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand that.
Prior to investigator Furman going to that area, did you make any determination as to whether anyone else had walked in that area?
Prior to Detective Furman going there?
Yes.
I was not aware of the location until Detective Furman told me about it.
Well, was there any attempt made when Detective Furman went back there to preserve that area so there would be no disturbance of any potential evidence that may be recovered?
Yes, I instructed the criminalists to protect it, protect the piece of evidence, and protect the area. Before I left there, yes.
Was there any determination made as to whether anybody had walked back there before Detective Furman?
I don't know that that could be done with the type of debris that was on the walkway. I would have to say, no, there was no determination made.
Was there any determination made as to whether or not that glove could have been thrown over a fence into the area?
I don't know how that could be determined. I don't know.
Was there any determination made as to whether or not that glove could have been dropped out of the bathroom window?
Objection, how could, counsel's asking for an impossibility. How could such a thing ever be determined?
Sustained.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Was there any determination made that would show any difference between the age of the linings of the two gloves?
Not to my knowledge, not at this time, no.
You were present during the coroner's autopsy,
Yes, sir.
and you've been in contact with the criminalist,
Yes, sir.
and you were in charge of one of the crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Which one was that?
The one on Rockingham.
And did you properly secure that crime scene to preserve evidence?
I believe I did, yes.
Did you properly preserve the Ford Bronco to preserve evidence?
I attempted to. I believe I did, yes.
How did you preserve the Ford Bronco for future evidence?
I had officers at the scene. I instructed them to protect and preserve the items as well as the Ford, and I instructed the officers to have the vehicle impounded to the print shed, Los Angeles Police Department print shed.
To your knowledge, were those directions followed?
I would hope so.
Do you know if they were or not?
No, because I was not at the scene there for a long period of time.
Do you have any reports or have you heard from any officer that coffee stains from members of the media were on the Bronco after you secured the crime scene?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
Do you have any information that after you secured the crime scene, the Bronco was towed to Vitarelli's tow truck yard?
That's a possibility. I'm not aware of that either, sir.
That wouldn't be something that you directed, would it?
Well, that could be done because the tow service for West Los Angeles Division, each area has a separate tow service. It could have been taken there before it was brought to the print shed. I didn't know that.
Well, you wouldn't do that as somebody who had secured evidence to have some tow truck driver take it to a tow yard, would you?
Well, that's what normally happens with vehicles that we impound. They're normally impounded by the tow service that's in that area.
And is that a proper way of preserving evidence, in your opinion?
It's about the only way that we can move a vehicle without driving it.
Is it a proper way of preserving evidence to have an independent tow truck driver tow a car by himself to an impound yard?
Well, they're not independent. They're OPG tow services, which are our official police garages that are licensed by the police commission. And that is normally done from each area that you're in. Each area would have its own OPG service. Yes, I think that's a proper way of protecting it.
So as one of the lead homicide detectives in Los Angeles Police Department, you feel secure that you can leave a scene, have an unknown tow truck driver come hook up a piece...
Objection, this is argumentative.
Sustained.
Have we even finished? Gets better. You weren't aware that that happened, though?
Aware
That's
that,
vague. What?
All right, tell us what happened to your knowledge, what happened to the Ford Bronco from the time you left it at the crime scene on Rockingham?
I don't know, sir, I wasn't there.
Well, why don't you look at your book or your notes or your chronological record or talk to some of your fellow detectives and see if you can answer that question.
Well, objection, Your Honor. This witness is the one who's being posed the question now. If counsel wants to ask a question of another witness who may have personal knowledge, he's free to do so. But to direct this witness to run around and talk to people and look through books is an improper question.
Sustained as to the form of your question, Mr.
I thought you
Shapiro.
said he was in charge of the investigation at Rockingham.
Do you have that kind of information available in your murder book?
Your Honor, there should be a tow record on the vehicle in the murder book, yes. A vehicle report that would indicate that the vehicle was towed.
You were present, you told us, at the coroner's autopsy?
Yes.
You talked to the criminalist? Have you talked to a criminalist in this case?
Yes, the Los Angeles Police Department criminalist.
Have you
Yeah.
talked to more than one criminalist from Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
How many are involved in this case?
Well, I know of 3 personally. Would you like me to name them?
Yes, please.
Well, Mrs. Kessler, who's the assistant lab director, has assisted. Colin Yamayuchi.
Objection, Your Honor. I think counsel's question was vague and it's drawing an answer that indicates how vague it was. If counsel could be more specific in his question to Detective Van Adder to indicate whether he means the criminalist that goes to the crime scene, does the field work, or the ones that are serologists that work in the lab dealing with the analysis of the physical evidence. They are 2 different things.
The objection's overruled. Yamayuchi, Kessler.
And Dennis Fall.
Are you aware that the Los Angeles Police Department went to a location known as Ross's Cutlery and purchased a stiletto knife?
Yes.
Was that stiletto knife, to your knowledge, shown or described to the coroner?
Yes.
Which one? Was it shown?
Shown to the coroner.
Was it shown or described to the criminalist?
I don't believe so.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not a stiletto knife substantially similar to the one you purchased was the murder weapon in this case?
That's way outside my field of expertise. I would have no answer to that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark, do you have any additional questions?
I do, Your Honor. Detective Van Adder, can you think of a reason why you would want to show the knife purchased from Ross Cutlery to a criminalist?
No.
It's not a knife recovered from a crime scene, was it?
No.
And with respect to the 3 people you named as criminalists in this case, of the 3 you named, how many were involved in the field work, by which I mean outside at crime scenes collecting evidence?
Only one, Dennis Fall.
Did you see any bloody shoe prints on the driveway of 360 Rockingham?
No.
As a matter of fact, you were at the original crime scene at 875 South Bundy, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And you followed, I think you indicated yesterday, the blood trail that led from the bodies of the victims out to the alleyway behind the residence?
That's correct, yes.
Were the bloody shoe prints to the right of those blood drops visible the entire path next to the blood drops that were found all the way to the back of the residence?
You could see portions of the shoe prints, yes.
Were they equally dark from the beginning of the trail to the end?
No.
By the time you got out to the alley, could you see shoe prints at all?
No.
Are you familiar, sir, with a report or a paper with notes on it pertaining to a 459 at 874 South Bundy? Suspects there now?
Yes, I have some knowledge of that.
Can you tell us, enlighten us as to what that pertains to, or how that came about, if you know?
I can tell you what I was informed of.
Yes.
I was informed by a uniformed officer, and I can't recall his name, that night at the scene, that call was generated because the two original people that found the crime scene knocked on a person's door who wouldn't answer the door, and this person called the police and reported that they thought there were burglary suspects there.
And those two people, were those the witnesses that you located for the preliminary hearing, Shukru Bostepi and Bettina Rasmussen?
That's correct, yes.
Sir, do you have any knowledge of the nature of the West LA impound yard in terms of its conditions of security?
Personal knowledge?
Yes.
No.
Have you, in general, are police impound yards secure with respect to having some kind of barricade or gate within which vehicles that have been impounded can be locked?
Yes, definitely.
To your knowledge, is that the case with every police impound yard?
Every one I've ever seen, yes.
And is it your information that that is the same condition for the West LA impound yard, that is also an area that is secure with respect to cars that have been impounded and placed there?
I'm sure that it is, yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Detective, were any reports generated that indicate a police officer said that this 459 report was a result of two people knocking on the door?
Not to my knowledge, sir, no.
And that report was put out on a police radio at 10 minutes after 12, isn't that correct?
That's what I was told, yes.
And to your knowledge, what time were the bodies found?
10 minutes after 12?
That was the first finding of the bodies?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything further, Ms. Clark?
I have nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. You may
you.
step down. Next witness.
People called Thano Paratus. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can I recall Detective Lang very briefly?
All right.
One very small matter.
You've previously been sworn to remain under oath. State your name, please.
Tom Lang, L-A-N-G-E.
Thank you.
Sir, you earlier indicated that on People's 20, I believe, the photograph A pertained to the rear gate of the location of 875 South Bundy.
Yes.
And were you a little disturbed by that at the time that you were testifying to it?
Yes, I-
Objection to formal questions leading suggestion.
Sustained.
Did you, after concluding your testimony this morning, approach me to say that you wanted to review your notes and did you approach me after you concluded your testimony this morning, sir?
Yes.
And for what purpose did you approach me?
I was unhappy with my identification of photograph A as being the rear gate, and I believed it to be the front gate.
And did you go back and ascertain whether that was correct? What was
Yes,
correct?
I did. Photograph A is indeed of the front gate, not the rear gate.
Photograph A is the front gate of 875 South Bundy,
That's correct.
and you were mistaken when you earlier testified that it was the rear gate.
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Any questions? Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
People call Thano Paratus.
Face the clerk, sir, and raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
Right up here, sir.
State and spell your name for the record.
Thano Paratis, Thano Peratis.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Alan. Mr. Paradas, sir, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
You're a registered nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you qualified to draw blood from people?
Yes,
How long have you been a registered nurse?
about 40 years.
And where are you employed as a registered nurse?
Parker Center Jail.
At Parker Center Jail? Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you so employed on the date of June the 13th, 1994?
Yes,
Have you received some training in a medically approved manner of taking blood from people in a way that does not contaminate the blood?
yes,
And did you, on June the 13th, 1994, remove a blood sample from someone you recognize in court today?
yes.
Could you please point that person out?
A gentleman over there.
And what's he wearing right now?
I didn't hear you.
What is he wearing right now, for the record?
A black suit.
Are you referring to the defendant here, Mr. Simpson?
Oh, the defendant. Maybe I misunderstood you.
Yes, who are you referring to that you took blood from in this court?
Oh, yes, the defendant.
Indicating Mr. Simpson.
And how did you do that?
Oh, I put a tourniquet on his arm and cleaned the arm with Zephyrin and took a syringe with a needle and withdrew the blood and put the blood into a test tube.
Was that a sterile test tube?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you seal the test tube?
The tube was sealed. It had a rubber stopper on it.
It already had a rubber stopper
Yes.
on it? How did you get the blood into it?
I stuck the needle into it and then injected it.
And then you just withdrew the needle?
Then withdrew the needle with syringe.
And did that leave the test tube then secure with the blood in it?
Yes.
And what did you do with that vial of blood?
I handed the tube to Detective Van Adder.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes. Do you remember, sir, which arm you drew the blood from?
The right arm.
Did you make any observations of any injuries of Mr. Simpson at the time?
I'm sorry?
Did you observe any injuries on Mr. Simpson at the time you withdrew the blood?
Not at that time, no.
At some time, did you?
After Mr. Simpson, after I put a bandage up Mr. Simpson's arm, I was asked, I can't remember if it was by Mr. Simpson or one of the detectives, if I would dress a wound on his finger.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Where was the wound?
It was on his left hand, on his left middle finger.
Did you examine the wound?
Just a cursory examination. I just looked at it and I cleaned it, with which is what we routinely do. Then I put a dressing on it.
Did you determine the age of the wound?
Not really. It was a little difficult to determine the age. It looked like between 12 and 24 hours, but I really couldn't say.
Did you ascertain the cause of the wound?
No. It just looked like a little small cut.
In the last 5 years, how many times have you conducted a similar type of examination for somebody from the Robbery Homicide Division?
Jeff, irrelevant.
Sustained.
How much blood did you withdraw from Mr. Simpson?
Approximately 8 cc's.
You say approximately, you did not measure the amount?
Well, it could have been 7.9 or it could have been 8.1. And I just looked at the syringe and looked at about 8 cc's. I withdrew the needle from his arm.
Nobody asked you to take a precise amount of
No.
blood? And you did not record the amount of blood you took?
No, it's just routinely, that's about the amount I usually draw.
And you do this on a routine basis every day? Do you do this every day in the jail, take blood?
Oh, whenever, not for this sort of thing, it's usually for alcohol, blood alcohol.
But you do take blood on a
Yes.
regular basis, and you take the same amount of blood?
Yes.
Where did you get the tube from that you put the blood into?
We have a drawer in the dispensary that has tubes in it. And I asked Detective Van Adder to go to that drawer, take the tube out with the purple top, and put Mr. Simpson's name on it and the date, and then hand it to me.
Are there any lot numbers on the tubes that you used?
I believe there are.
Did you record the lot?
No, we don't record that.
Did you record any information as to an inventory regarding the tube that was used to save this blood?
No, it's not a routine procedure that we do.
Did you put any preservative in the tube?
The preservative was already in the tube.
Did you check that before you put
Well,
Mr. Simpson's blood in?
It's in there, and it's understood that it's in there. And its preservative is called EDTA, and I don't know what those initials mean.
Did you put the preservative in?
No,
there?
it's in there.
Did you see someone put it in?
No, they come that way.
Did you shake the blood after you put it into
Yes.
the tube? For how long did you shake it?
For about 10 seconds,
How did you shake it?
just over and over like this.
For the record, the witness was making a gesture with his hand as a fist, something in it, and turning it palm down, palm up.
All right.
Have you ever seen that blood sample again?
No,
Do you know what Detective Van Adder did with that blood sample?
I don't know. I have an idea what is supposed to be done with it, but I don't know what he did with it.
Did you see what he did with it?
Well, he put it in an envelope,
What kind of envelope did he put
a
it in?
gray envelope that has an affidavit on it that I signed.
A gray envelope?
Yes,
And it had an affidavit?
yes.
What did the affidavit say?
Oh, it refers to the fact that I drew the blood on such and such a date, and I handed it to Detective Van Adder.
Did you get a copy of that affidavit?
No, that affidavit goes with the officer that takes the blood.
Did you indicate on that affidavit how much blood you drew?
No,
Yes.
I have a document here that's medical records for persons in custody. Is this what you referred to as an affidavit?
Well, why don't you show it to the witness now?
Yes, could you show it to the witness so he knows exactly what you're referring to,
Yes.
please?
this is called a medical treatment record.
That's not the affidavit?
No, sir.
Let's see if we have the affidavit. This is not one. Do you have the affidavit? Does the affidavit remain on the envelope, do you know?
It is printed on the envelope. It's a gray envelope that all blood goes into. There's an affidavit on it
Do you recall
inside.
what time you drew this blood?
Yes, sir, blood drawn, at 2:30. I think I have it on there as 14:30.
Was there a physician on duty at the time?
No, sir.
Are there any physicians at the jail?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, anything further?
One question, Your Honor.
You always have one.
I know. It might be a prosecutor's last word thing. Sir, do you have knowledge of whether those vials that you use to withdraw blood are prepackaged vials?
Yes, they are prepackaged.
Are they all the same size?
Yes, those are about 10 cc vials. We have some smaller ones, but we don't use them.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone.
People call Dennis Fung.
Mr. Fung, you've previously been sworn and remain under oath. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your name.
My name is Dennis Fung, D-E-N-N-I-S-F-U-N-G.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what is your job?
I am a criminalist employed by the Los Angeles Police Department.
What kind of criminalist are you?
I am assigned to the Firearms Analysis Unit right now, and I am, my job title is Criminalist 3, and that is one of the criminalists who also is a training officer for new criminalists in crime scene processing.
How long have you been a criminalist for the Los Angeles Police Department?
I've been a criminalist for almost 10 years.
Can you tell us, sir, what academic degrees you've achieved at this point?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in criminalistics from the California State University at Long Beach. I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in chemistry from the California State University at Long Beach. And those are my degrees there.
And what kind of, if any, on-the-job training have you had?
I have received training from supervisors and other criminalists in the laboratory in crime scene processing. I have attended seminars put on by the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and the California Association of Criminalists regarding crime scene processing and reconstruction. While in college, I did an internship with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, in which part of the internship was to go out with their forensic specialists and observe them processing crime scenes. And part of my coursework in college involved processing of mock crime scenes.
Have you attended any seminars concerning crime scene processing, sir?
Yes, I have. In 1991, I attended an American Academy of Forensic Sciences seminar, and in 1988, a seminar put on by the California Association of Criminalists.
Could you please explain for us what crime scene processing means?
Crime scene processing involves the recognition and identification of potential evidence, also the documenting the location of that evidence and maintaining a chain of custody for that evidence, and the proper collection and packaging of evidence to preserve its integrity.
Are there any associations, professional associations that you're a member of, sir?
Yes, I am a member of the California Association of Criminalists. I've been a member since 1984, and I am a provisional member of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners since 1992.
Are you involved in the training of any other criminalists more junior than yourself?
Yes, I am. As I stated before, I'm one of the training officers for the newer criminalists in crime scene processing.
And have you done that in any other location other than the one you're doing presently?
I also have assisted in the training of West Valley Bureau detectives. We put on a crime scene seminar for them back in, I think it was 1989.
Now, is it part of your training to learn how to properly package and preserve evidence that you've collected from a crime scene?
Yes, it is.
And to properly document that evidence?
Yes.
Is it part of your duty to maintain the chain of custody and the integrity of the evidence that you collect?
Yes.
Is there any kind of analysis, that is blood analysis work, that you perform on the scene when you're out collecting evidence?
Yes. Out at the scene, I will perform what is known as presumptive blood tests. And that is done so that, well, there are a lot of stains that look like blood, and the presumptive test is a good way to eliminate the collection of stains that are not blood.
So you have performed that presumptive test for blood on how many occasions, sir?
I approximate I've done about 10,000 presumptive tests for blood.
About how many crime scenes have you processed in your experience?
I've processed approximately 500 crime scenes.
And have you ever qualified as a crime scene processing expert in a court of law?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've qualified approximately 20 times.
Now, were you called out to process a crime scene at approximately 5:30 a.m. on June the 13th, 1994?
Yes, I did. Yes, I was.
And to what location were you directed?
The location was 360 North Rockingham.
You arrived there when?
I arrived there at 7:10.
And when you arrived there, did you make contact with a detective?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
I was met there by Detective Van Adder.
And what occurred when you contacted him at that location?
Detective Van Adder briefed me on the crime scene. He showed me blood stains on a Bronco on the driver door exterior handle, and also blood drops along the driveway and a glove on the south side of the house.
I'm directing your attention, sir, to People's 8. Photograph A. First of all, can you tell us who's the gentleman shown in photograph A?
That appears to be me.
That you?
Me, yes.
Do you remember the item that you're pointing to in photograph A?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is what I believe to be a blood stain.
And what is being shown in photograph B?
Photograph B is a close-up of the suspected blood stain with a scale in it.
And for what purpose do you have that ruler in there?
The ruler's there to indicate the size so that we have something to judge how large that stain was.
What does that number 1 in there mean?
The number 1 is a photo ID number used to document the evidence.
Do the photo ID numbers, excuse me, correspond to item numbers in property reports that are prepared by yourself?
Many times they do, but often, but there are times when they do not.
Well, when I say correspond, what I mean is that does every item number have a corresponding photo number?
Yes.
Do the photo ID numbers, excuse me, correspond to item numbers in property reports that are prepared by yourself?
Many times they do, but often, but there are times when they do not.
Well, when I say correspond, what I mean is that does every item number have a corresponding photo number?
Yes. Or it should.
Okay. And sometimes the ID, the item number and the photo number are the same,
Yes,
but not always.
that's correct.
In this particular case, with respect to the photo number you've indicated in B, which is 1, for the stain on the door handle,
Yes.
do you know what the corresponding item number is?
The corresponding item number is item number 1.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to that spot that you appear to be pointing to in photographs A and B?
The spot was tested with the presumptive test and came back positive. Then it was measured and ultimately documented and collected.
And now, when you say it came back positive for blood, does that test tell you whether the blood is animal or human?
No, it does not.
Just that it is blood?
Just that it is indicative of blood.
I think you indicated yesterday, sir, that it could be 2 other things, 3 other things. What were they?
The test will give a false positive, or is reported to give a false positive with vegetable peroxidases, and those are found in things like cabbage, apple. There are a few other plant-like materials, and there are also chemicals that are oxidizers known as, and an example of those would be permanganate or dichromate.
Now, you performed the presumptive test for blood about how many times, sir?
Approximately 10,000 times.
In those 10,000 times, how many of those times have you seen a false positive occur, giving you the result that it is blood when it was in fact one of those other things you named that I can't even pronounce?
To my knowledge, none of them.
Now, after you performed that test on the item number 1 that you've indicated on the Ford Bronco, did you proceed to test some other blood drops?
Yes, I did.
And where were those located, sir?
There were other blood drops proceeding along the rear of the Bronco, leading up to the driveway, along inside the driveway of the compound, and leading towards the front entrance of the house.
Showing you people 6. Directing your attention specifically to photographs D, E, and F. Do you see in all of those these little pieces of paper on the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what they are?
Those are markers indicating where there were red stains.
And do those markers indicate stains that you tested, sir?
Yes.
Now, could you, first of all, I meant to ask you before, with respect to that presumptive test for blood, how is it performed? What do you do?
We will wet a cotton swab with distilled water, apply the wet swab to the stain so that the suspected blood is absorbed onto the swab. Phenolphthalein is applied to the swab at that point, and I have observed a slight greenish cast appear at that point. The second step is to add hydrogen peroxide, and a very bright pink color shows up almost immediately at that point, and that would be a positive test.
When the bright pink color comes up, it says that means it's positive for blood? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, positive for an indication of blood.
Yes.
And you perform the test in that manner with respect to the item you've indicated in photo number 1 and item 1, the spot on the door handle of the Ford Bronco?
Yes.
Now, how do you collect blood stains from a crime scene?
Generally, stains are transferred onto a swatch by first wetting the swatch with distilled water, applying it to the stain so that the blood is absorbed onto the swatch, and at that point it's put into a plastic bag and then put into a coin envelope where it is labeled with the corresponding photo ID number.
Now, is it also your job, sir, to package all of the evidence that you collect and label it with what is known as a DR number?
Yes, it is.
And did you do so in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to be directing your attention to item numbers 1 through 8. Did you prepare a report documenting what item numbers 1 through 8 are in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect them, sir?
I did, along with my assistant, Criminalist Mazzola. Criminalist Mazzola.
Is that another criminalist with the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
Do you usually send 2 criminalists to a crime scene?
Not always, no.
What was this criminalist doing with you on that particular day?
She was there to learn how to process scenes.
So you were showing her how it's done?
Yes.
Now, with respect to items 1 through 8, what are those items, sir, as described in your report?
Item 1 is a cloth swatch used to transfer a red stain. Item 2 is a wood stick. Item 3 is a Marlboro cigarette butt. Item 4 is another cloth swatch used to transfer red stain. Items, to make it easier, items 4 through 8 are cloth swatches used to transfer red stains. And is that all you asked for?
That's all I asked for.
Okay.
Okay, so as to item 1, sir, that was the Ford Bronco you've already testified to.
Yes.
With respect to items 4 through 8, where were those items? Those were blood stains also?
Yes.
Where were those recovered?
Items 4 through 8?
Yes.
Items 4 through 8 were collected within the driveway of 360 North Rockingham. There was a trail starting from the gate and leading up to the front door of the house.
Starting from the gate, sir?
The gate on, I believe, Rockingham.
Let me show you photographs that you've seen. that were previously marked as People's 8. You see photograph C and photograph D?
Yes.
In photograph C, do you see a marker with the number 4 on it?
Yes, I do.
And that's on the asphalt right behind the Ford Bronco?
Yes.
And photograph D, see, appears to be of the asphalt also?
Yes.
A close-up of photograph 4?
Possibly, yes.
Well, sir, do you see any other markers on asphalt?
No.
So do you think that photograph D is a close-up of the photograph shown in C?
It's a good possibility.
How many cloth swatches do you have of blood recovered from asphalt in your report, sir?
Just one.
And is that one the item number 4?
Yes, it is.
And does D appear to be a close-up of a stain on asphalt, sir?
Yes.
May we deduce that that is the close-up of item number 4?
Yes.
And what did you determine, what test did you perform on that item?
Item number 4?
Yes.
I did a presumptive test for blood.
And the result was?
Positive.
And item number, so then that was a blood drop, indicative of a blood drop behind the Ford Bronco,
Yes.
item number 4.
Yes.
And were there other blood drops leading up through the driveway towards the residence that you tested?
Yes.
And were those items 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes.
And you performed the same presumptive blood test?
Yes.
Result was?
They all were indicative of the presence of blood.
How did you record these results?
The results were recorded on a crime scene checklist.
That's a form that you take with you to a crime scene?
Yes.
And were all of those items packaged by yourself bearing the DR number of this case?
Yes, I may have had some assistance from Criminalist Mazzola in some of these items.
Did you assure yourself that the packaging was properly done and that all items bore the same DR number?
Yes.
And what is the DR number for this case?
The DR number for this case is 940817431.
Do you assure yourself that all items packaged and collected by you bore that DR number?
As far as I know, yes.
Did you collect any other item? Well, let me direct your attention to item number 9 on your property report, sir.
Yes.
What item is that and where did you collect it from?
Item number 9 is a brown leather glove, a right-handed one with red stains.
Collected from where?
That is collected from the south side of the house.
Showing you the photographs that have been previously marked as People's 9. Can I ask you if you recognize the location shown in photographs A, B, C, D?
Yes, I do.
Is that, what location is that?
That is the south side of the house of 360 North Rockingham.
And showing you the photograph that has been previously marked as People's 21. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be the same glove in the same location as those depicted in photographs A through Z? And E?
Yes.
Now E, that photograph E, do you recognize that one? That photograph, sir?
I haven't seen, well, it appears to be a depiction of the item number 9.
Did you cause that photograph to be taken or have some part in setting that up?
Yes. Detective Van Adder asked me to have the glove photographed and I did. I had some of the lab personnel do that.
And it has item number 9 on it. What does that tell you?
That indicates to me that that is the same glove that is depicted in People's 21.
And in the other photographs that you previously identified, A, B, C, and D?
Yes.
Did you perform some test on the item number 9, that glove, at the location where you found it?
Yes, I did.
What kind of test was that?
I performed the presumptive test for blood on it, and it came back with a positive result.
After you obtained the results on strike that, on item number 1 and item numbers 4 through 8 and item number 9, the glove, did you collect those items?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated earlier you had them all packaged?
Yes.
And all were labeled with the DR number for this case?
Yes.
In what manner did you package the blood swatches that you obtained from the location of 360 Rockingham?
Initially, I put the cloth swatches in plastic bags individually, then placed the plastic bags into a coin envelope and labeled the envelope with a photo ID number.
And with respect to the glove, item number 9, how did you package that?
The glove in item number 9 was packaged in a brown paper bag.
Now, the photographs that I have shown you with respect to the Ford Bronco and the driveway, and let me also show you People 6 again. I'm referring to People 6,
Yes.
People's 9,
Yes.
and People's 8.
Yes.
Do these photographs accurately depict the evidence in the location in which you found them, the condition in which you found them?
Yes, they do.
At what time did you complete your work at the Rockingham Avenue address?
We completed the collection and documentation at approximately 10 o'clock.
And where did you go after that?
At that point, we proceeded on to, forgot the address here. We proceeded on to 875 South Bundy.
And what time did you arrive there?
We arrived there at 10:15.
Did you meet with a detective at that location, sir?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I was met there by the officer in charge of the scene, Detective Lang.
Talk to him when you got there?
Yes, I did.
Did he tell you something?
Yes, he told me items of evidence he wanted me to collect, and he showed to me a blood trail and some shoe prints which appeared to be bloody shoe prints.
Did he ask you to do something with them?
He asked that I photograph them and measure their locations.
And did you prepare a report of what you did with respect to the evidence you recovered at the scene at 875 South Bundy?
Yes, I did prepare a property report.
Now, did you have any interaction with the bodies of any of the victims at the crime scene?
I briefly saw them being removed, but no.
Is it part of your job to have any contact with the bodies of victims when you go to crime scenes to process them?
Under certain circumstances, I may, but the bodies are under the jurisdiction of the coroner's office.
Now, sir, did you recover a glove from the location of 875 South Bundy?
Yes, I did.
Showing you the photograph that has been previously marked as People's 12. Can you tell me if you recognize what's shown there?
Yes, in the photograph marked People's 12, a brown glove is depicted along with a photo ID number 102.
And that photo ID number 102 corresponds to what item number, sir?
Photo ID 102 corresponds to item number 37.
Did you prepare a report concerning any analysis you may have performed on that item?
I did not do an analysis of the glove at the scene.
You did not?
No.
Why not?
It was not necessary for the investigative process at that time.
Directing your attention, sir, to a photograph that has been previously marked People's 11. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
The photograph marked People's 11 depicts a dark blue watch cap, and next to it is a marker with the number 103.
And that corresponds to what item number, sir?
That corresponds to item number 38.
And what test did you perform on that item?
No test was done on the cap at that point in time.
Why not?
Was not necessary for the investigative process at that time.
What do you mean by that?
It is best to not manipulate the evidence and to leave it in as much an undisturbed condition so that it can later be analyzed in a proper setting back at the laboratory. By manipulating the evidence out at the scene, valuable trace evidence could be lost. So what we try to do is just leave it as undisturbed as possible and by packaging it and bringing it back to the lab.
So you try to do as little testing as you can of items in order to preserve them?
Yes.
And only if it's absolutely necessary do you test them at the scene?
Yes.
In what manner was the glove, item number 37, packaged, sir?
The glove in item number 37 was packaged in a brown paper bag.
I'm showing you photograph People's 10 for identification. Can you tell us what's in that photograph?
The photograph marked People's 10 depicts a envelope with red stains on it, and next to it is a card marked 104.
And that corresponds to item number,
That corresponds to item number 39.
and that is another item of evidence that you collected?
Yes, it is.
In what manner did you package that?
That also was placed into a brown paper bag.
Showing you People's 14. If you can, sir, does that depict all three items? The blue knit cap, the glove, and the envelope as you found them?
Yes,
And the items that you have just described in photo ID 102, 103, 104, as depicted in People's 10, 11, 12, and 14, are those all shown in the manner in which you found them and the condition in which you found them at the crime scene?
yes,
Showing you, strike that. With respect to all of those items, sir, did you take them and package them with bearing the DR number for this case?
yes, I did.
Showing you People's 15 for identification.
Yes. Photograph marked People's 15 depicts a large red stain, and next to it is a card marked 107.
Were you directed to preserve, photograph, and test bloody shoe prints at that scene?
Yes, I was.
Do you see one of them in that photograph, People's 15?
Yes, I do.
And where is it, sir? Can you point it out, please?
It appears on the first step, and it is to the right, top right corner of the photograph.
If you could show the court.
You're referring to right here in this area?
Yes.
And what did you do to preserve those particular shoe prints, those bloody shoe prints?
The shoe prints were photographed in double scale, and I did take a sample from two of the shoe prints.
A blood sample?
It was
Appeared to
positive.
be.
Yes.
Now, were you also requested to photograph and test a trail of blood drops at that location?
Yes, I was.
Showing you People's 19 and 20, sir. Can you tell us if you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us, first of all, with respect to People's 19?
People's 19 depicts four of the red stains along the north path along the house at 870 Bundy. 875 Bundy.
Were there some bloody shoe prints at some point to the right of those blood drops?
Yes, there were.
Now, the numbers that are shown in photographs B, C, D, E, F, and G, 112 through 115, are those photo ID numbers?
Yes, they are.
Do they correspond to item numbers?
Yes, they do.
What item numbers do they correspond to?
They correspond to item numbers 47 through 50.
So 47 would be photo ID number 112,
Yes,
and then 49 would be, item 49 would be photo ID number 114,
yes,
And 114 is shown close up in photograph E?
Yes, it is.
And is it shown in perspective in photograph D?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall, do you have an independent recollection of how that location looked? The location shown in photograph D?
Somewhat.
Were those stairs leading back to an alley, sir?
Yes, they were.
Did you perform some kind of test on item 49 while you were at 875 South Bundy?
Yes, I did.
And what about item numbers 47, 48, 50, and 52?
Yes, I did presumptive tests on those stains.
Now, the item numbers I've just stated, item number 47 is shown in photograph, close up in photograph B.
Yes.
And item number 48 is shown close up in photograph C.
Yes.
Item number 49 shown close up in photograph E.
Yes.
Item number 50 shown close up in photograph G.
Yes.
Okay, now does photograph F show the blood drop in photograph G in perspective for its general location?
Let me take a closer look.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
And the gate shown in photograph F, is that the rear gate leading out to the alley?
Yes, it is.
Showing you people's 20, sir. With respect to photograph C. See photo ID number 117?
Yes.
And that corresponds to what item number?
That corresponds to item number 52.
And is that close-up shown in perspective in photograph B?
Yes, it is.
Where is the location that photograph one, that the item shown in photo ID number 117 was found?
That is on the driveway on the alley behind the house.
The driveway to the rear of the residence?
Yes.
Is that the wheel of a car we see at the left side of the photograph as we face it in photograph B?
Yes.
And is that the alley running behind the house that we see at the upper left-hand corner of photograph B as we face it?
Yes, it is.
And it was on that driveway that item number 117 was found?
Yes.
Sorry, photo ID number 117 was found?
Yes.
And that's item number 52?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to each of those photo ID and item numbers that I've just mentioned, did you perform a test?
Yes, I did.
What kind of test?
I performed the presumptive test for blood on them.
And what was the result with respect to all of those item numbers?
They were positive, indicating the presence of blood.
All right, Ms. Clark, I'm going to interrupt you at this point. It's 3 o'clock. We're going to take our 15-minute recess.
Once again in session.
All right, we're once again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. Mr. Fung is on the witness stand. I remind you that you remain under oath. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. We were talking about what appeared to be blood shoe prints.
Yes.
On People's 19, I see in photograph D that there on the steps are letters, A-G, H, I, J through O, it appears, on the landing.
Through AO, yes.
Each of those letters that I just said are preceded by an A, correct?
Yes.
And what do those letters on that photograph D document?
Those document shoe prints which were which appeared on the steps.
And did you sample 3 of those shoe prints as representative samples of them in order to determine whether or not they were indicative of blood?
I did various shoe prints along the trail. I don't recall which ones I did, though, but as far as...
Let me ask you this, sir. Items 55, 56, and photo ID numbers D and F, letters D and F.
Yes,
Were those among the bloody shoe prints that you sampled with the presumptive test for blood?
yes, they were.
And what result did you obtain?
Those were positive for, or indicative of the presence of blood.
Now, I don't see any letters marked in photograph F. I see a number marker at the top of the landing right by the gate, but I don't see any letters.
That is correct.
Why is that?
The shoe prints got lighter and lighter as they went to the west of the location. So as they got to that point, they were not visible any longer.
Okay. Now, with respect to each of the item numbers and letters that we have discussed today, did you place the DR number for this case on each of them
Yes, I did.
and have them stored at the lab?
Yes.
Did you receive a vial of whole blood bearing the name O.J. Simpson and this case DR number
Yes,
from Detective Van Adder on June 13th, 1994?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with that, sir?
I brought it back to the lab, assigned it an item number, and submitted it to the criminalist
What
in
item number?
serology.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I submitted it to a criminalist in serology.
And what item number did you assign to that?
That was assigned item number 17.
And did you receive vials of whole blood from Colin Yamauchi on June the 15th?
Yes, I did.
And were those labeled as Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman?
Yes.
Did you package them and place item numbers on those as well?
Yes, I did.
What item number did you give to the whole blood taken from Nicole Brown Simpson?
That was item number 59.
And for Ronald Goldman?
That was item number 60.
And again, those were labeled with a DR number for this case as well?
Yes, they were.
And what did you do with those items after you received them from Colin Yamauchi?
Once I received them, I placed them in envelopes.
No, Your Honor.
And lastly, sir, showing you people's 22, if I may. Do you recognize the items shown in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They appear to be the item number 9, the right glove, and item number 57, or item number 37. in this case.
Left glove?
Yes.
And what position are they shown in that photograph?
They appear to be the palm up sides.
And item number 9, is that the item you collected from 360 Rockingham on June the 13th?
Yes, it is.
And item number 37, is that the item you collected from 875 South Bundy on June the 13th?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Ullman.
Mr. Fung, how many criminalists are employed by the Los Angeles Police Department?
I believe there are approximately 50.
But you were the only criminalist directly responsible for the collection of evidentiary items at both locations in this case, that is at Rockingham and at Bundy, is that correct?
I was in charge of both scenes as far as the evidence was concerned. Yes.
Were there any other criminalists other than the person you were training accompanying you?
For a short time, one of the assistant lab directors was at the scene.
Who was that?
That was Chief Forensic Chemist Stephen Johnson.
And which scene was Mr. Johnson at?
Mr. Johnson was at first the Rockingham scene and then at the Bundy scene.
Did he collect any of the evidence at either of those scenes?
No, he did not.
His purpose was just to observe?
Yes.
Are you able to tell whether a substance is blood just by looking at it?
Not 100%. I had a lot of experience searching for blood and collecting blood, so I've got a good idea of when blood is present, but I'm not infallible.
Well, do you base that impression on the color?
That is one of the factors, yes.
What are the other factors?
The color is a factor, texture, the solubility of the blood, or stain at that point. There are other things, but that's mainly what I go by.
Well, solubility isn't something you observe by sight, is it?
No, it is not.
You ascertain solubility by the testing that you perform.
Yes.
And do you use the same standard presumptive test whenever you do testing at the scene?
There are other presumptive tests available to me and other criminalists, but that is the phenolphthalein and hydrogen peroxide test is the one we usually use.
And is that the test you used for all of the testing you did at these two locations on June 13th?
Yes.
Could you describe how that test is done?
First of all, a cotton swab is wet with distilled water. It is applied to the suspected stain, and some of the stain should transfer onto that cotton swab. If that occurs, then phenolphthalein is applied to the swab, and I have through my experience, I've noticed a slight greenish tinge appear at that point. After that occurs, then I will put hydrogen peroxide on it, and at that point, an immediate pink color could show up if it is positive.
Is that referred to then as a two-stage phenolphthalein test?
Yes, it is.
Right. You do not perform on a routine basis then the three-stage phenolphthalein test?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what the method is.
Right. Now, the test that you're describing, you mentioned, is not specific for blood. That is, other substances will also give a positive reaction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these substances include a number of vegetable substances. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
For example, onions.
I'm not familiar with all the plant-like materials that will give a false positive, but I know that some do.
Well, is there any category of vegetable substances that you're aware of that give positive substances or positive reactions?
I've just read in the literature, and things that pop out in my mind right now are cabbage, apple, I believe apricot, but
How about
I'm not.
garlic?
It may. I'd have to look it up in the literature.
Beetroot,
I don't remember.
cucumber,
It may be,
horseradish,
possibly.
lettuce,
I'd have to refer to the literature.
potato.
I'd have to refer to the literature.
And of course, the presumptive test that you've described does not tell us whether blood is human blood, does it?
That is correct.
That is a determination that can only be done in the laboratory?
Yes.
So, of course, you didn't tell anyone that any of the testing you had done at either of these locations on June 13th established that any of these stains were human blood, did you?
I did not state that.
That would mean then, of course, that we could not exclude the possibility of blood having come from an animal such as a dog based on the tests that you did.
That is possible.
Now, you identified a blood stain on the photograph marked as Exhibit 5F, which was numbered with a tag that indicates number 8. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you point to where the blood stain is on that photograph? All right, so you're pointing to the little round mark in the center of the picture.
Yes.
There appears to be another reddish mark above that. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that a blood stain?
No, that is a drop of water.
A drop of water?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, looking at a blood stain, you, of course, don't know the age of a particular stain. You don't know how long it has been there. Is that correct?
In general terms, you can tell if a stain is fresh or it's been subjected to weathering. So you can tell if it's an old stain or a fresh stain.
All right, what would you define as a fresh stain?
A fresh stain would have a reddish appearance to it, and an older stain would be brown or to dark, very dark.
How quickly does a fresh stain become more brown in appearance?
That depends on several factors. The more it is subjected to sunlight or heat, the faster it will turn that darker color.
I see. So once the sun comes out and things start warming up, it becomes important for you to collect your samples as quickly as possible, doesn't it?
That's correct.
You were unable to ascertain, in fact, whether a particular set of stains were all contemporaneous, that is, were all dropped at the same time, aren't you?
They appeared to be relatively fresh stains. They did not have the darker.
I'm not speaking of any particular stains at this point. Are you able to tell just by looking at stains whether they were all placed or dropped at the same time?
Generally, no.
Now, let's refer first to the investigation you did at the Rockingham address. I believe the location of item number 9, the glove that you recovered at Rockingham,
Yes.
that was particularly called to your attention by Detective Van Adder?
Yes.
And what did he ask you to particularly look for in your process of recovering that glove?
At one point, he asked me to see if there was any blood on the glove.
Anything else?
He asked me to measure it and preserve the evidence also.
Anything else?
That's all I can remember.
All right. Now, to ascertain whether there was blood on the glove, you did a presumptive test.
Yes.
You applied a cotton swatch to the glove?
No, a cotton swab.
Cotton swab?
Like a Q-tip type thing.
Right. What portion of the glove did you apply that swab to?
I believe whatever area was facing upwards, I looked for a darker area than appeared on the rest of the glove, and applied the wet swab to that portion and performed the rest of the test.
Do you recall where that portion was?
No, I don't.
Was the glove lying palm up or back up?
I'd have to refer to the photographs.
All right, let's do that. Putting exhibit 4 up.
I'm sorry, is that 4? My note was that 4 had been withdrawn.
I believe that's 9.
This is number 9? Okay.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I have 2 numbers on it. The grand jury exhibit is 4. This is exhibit 9.
Okay.
Have you located where you applied the swab to the glove?
I don't recall where exactly I applied the swab to the glove.
Right. Does the photo in Exhibit 9D depict the position of the glove as you found it?
From the best of my recollection, yes.
Now, you mentioned that one reason you don't routinely do presumptive tests on all of the evidence that you encounter is because the manipulation of the evidence may lose valuable trace evidence, I believe you said.
Yes.
Right. But you did manipulate the glove in order to do a presumptive test, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, were you, or did you attempt to locate any stains or footprints in the location leading up to that glove?
I looked for them, however, I did not find any.
Did you examine carefully for any disturbance in the pattern of debris leading up to the glove?
I did not notice any discernible pattern of that I could differentiate from randomness.
Well, would that assist you in ascertaining whether someone had dropped the glove there or whether they had thrown the glove there from some other location?
I don't really understand the question.
Would any disturbance in the debris pattern assist you in determining whether the glove had been dropped there or thrown there?
In certain circumstances, it might.
So it would become important then to preserve the pattern of the debris leading up to the glove, wouldn't it?
Well, objection, that's an incomplete hypothetical. It assumes that no other disturbance has occurred between the occurrence of dropping the glove and this witness arriving at the scene.
Overruled. You can answer that if you're able to.
Could you repeat the question?
Wouldn't it be important to preserve whatever patterns there might be in the debris leading up to the glove in order to ascertain whether it had been dropped or tossed?
If that was a major factor in the case, it might be, yes.
And of course, the more people traipsing back to look at the glove, the more disturbance there would be in the debris pattern, wouldn't there?
Yes.
Well, objection, that assumes there's such a thing as a debris pattern. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Now, the pattern that you referred to in the pavement proceeded in the direction of the entrance to the house?
The pattern in the pavement?
Are you referring to the
Yes.
blood droplets on the
drops.
driveway?
The drops that you examined in the driveway at Rockingham.
Yes.
They did not proceed to the glove.
No.
Now, you mentioned that you remained at the Rockingham premises until 10 a.m.?
Yes.
So you were there approximately 3 hours?
Just about, yes.
And you didn't arrive then at the 875 South Bundy premises until 10:15 in the morning?
Yes.
And that was the first time anyone began collecting any evidence or swatches of blood at the premises at 875 South Bundy.
To my knowledge, yes.
Now, your property report simply indicates the time that you arrive at the premises. Is that correct?
Yes.
It does not indicate the time you recovered any particular item at the premises.
That's correct.
So your property report for the morning of June 13th at the Rockingham location just indicated 7:10 in the morning,
That's when I arrived at the scene, yes.
all right? How long after you arrived did you take swatches of the drops that appeared to be blood in the driveway?
That occurred around 9 to 9:30 in the morning.
Did the collection of this evidence follow the chronology of the numbers that you assigned to each item?
Could you repeat the question?
Did your collection of these items correspond to the chronology of the numbers you assigned? For example, you would have collected item number 1 first and item number 7 after item number 6?
I believe so.
So you assign these numbers chronologically as you collect each item?
No, I will assign numbers to the items I'm going to collect, measure them off, and then after measuring and documenting with photography is done, then I will go ahead and start collecting.
So the last step in your process is to actually collect the samples after you've identified all of the numbers that you plan to assign?
Generally speaking, yes. That's not a hard and fast rule, though.
Now, you said when you arrived, or after you arrived at the Bundy premises, you saw the bodies being removed. Is that correct?
Yes.
What time were the bodies removed?
Approximately 10:30, around then.
15 minutes after you arrived?
That's a rough approximation.
Now, when you collect the samples on the damp swatches
Yes.
of the drops that you suspect may be blood,
Yes.
do you take more than one swatch of each?
If the sample is large enough, I'll try to collect a large sample, which may be more than one or up to, or just maybe a thread if it's not very much. It depends on the size of the sample.
So if you have a larger sample, will you get 2 or 3 swatches of the same sample?
Usually, yes.
Did you measure the distance between the drops that you located on the pavement leading to the rear of the premises?
I measured the drops that I collected, yes.
All right, so referring then to what have been numbered, (112, 113, 114, and 115 on exhibit number 19. You could tell us the distance between each of those things.
Yes.
Could you tell us how far apart they were?
I can give you the measurements that I have taken. I'm not really great with math, so I don't want to do a subtraction right now.
Okay.
Photo ID 112, which is item 47, was collected approximately 44 feet west of the west curb of Bundy and 10 inches north of the north wall of the condo or apartment or whatever it is. Photo ID 113, which is item number 48, was recovered 56 feet west of the west curb of Bundy and 3 feet north of the north curb. Which probably means wall or the side of the house.
Do you have curb in your notes?
Yes, I do.
Right.
Photo ID 114 was located 86 feet west of the west curb of Bundy and 1 foot 10 inches north of the north wall. And photo ID 115, which is item number 50, was recovered 38 feet 8 inches east of the west edge of the rear driveway and 1 foot 10 inches north of the north wall of the building.
Right, now you're using two different reference points. Numbers 112, 113, and 114 were measured for their distance from Bundy,
Yes.
and number 115 was measured for its distance from the rear driveway.
Yes, it was.
Right, how far apart were 114 and 115?
We've gone back with the forensic draftsman, and that's all measured off now, but I don't have that in my notes.
Now, in the photos that appear in the exhibit, there appears to be a variation in the color of the spots or drops that are numbered on that exhibit.
There's a slight variation, yes.
Where do you see the variation?
In photograph E with the marker 114, it appears slightly different color from 115 in the photograph.
Would that suggest to you the possibility of a different age of that particular mark?
I would tend to put that more on an effect of photography than I would an actual difference in color.
Well, isn't the purpose of the photography to uniformly record the appearance of the evidence that you encounter at the scene?
Theoretically, yes, but in practice, color is variable from photograph to photograph.
Well, aren't the photographers instructed to photograph each item of evidence from the same angle
Generally, yes.
and using the same lighting conditions for each item of evidence?
Generally, yes.
Now, with respect to the vial of blood labeled O.J. Simpson that you submitted to the criminologist in serology?
The criminalist. Yes.
Criminalist, I'm sorry. Who was the criminalist to whom you submitted that?
I believe I gave it to Colin Yamauchi.
Now, is this the same Colin Yamuchi who gave you the blood samples from the victims?
Yes.
Why would you be giving him samples when he's giving you samples of others?
On June 13th, I received a vial of blood with O.J. Simpson's name on it from Detective Van Adder. And on June 15th, just 2 days later, Detective Van Adder gave Colin the two samples of blood from the coroner's office, and in turn, Colin then gave me the samples to book.
Okay, but Colin did not give you the sample of Mr. Simpson's blood back, is that correct?
He gave me back the sample from Mr. Simpson's blood on the same day that I gave it to him, which was on June 14th, 1994.
What was your purpose in giving it to him then, if he immediately gave it back to you?
He took in aliquot from that sample and then gave me the remaining portion of the vial.
He took a what?
Small sample.
What's the
Aliquot.
word that you referred to? Aliquot?
Yes.
Do you want to spell that for us?
Aliquot, I believe is the spelling.
And did you record then the amount of blood in the vial when you gave it to Mr. Yamuchi and the amount when you got it back?
No, I did not.
So you don't know how much you took?
No, I don't.
And you don't know how much was in the vial whenever you turned it over to someone else?
It appeared to be pretty much full.
And who did you turn it over to?
At what point?
After you got it from Mr. Yamuchi?
Once I had labeled it and assigned it a item number, I then booked it into our property division, our SID property.
What does SID stand for?
Scientific Investigation Division.
And is that sample then kept under refrigeration?
Yes, it is.
Were all of the samples you collected kept under refrigeration?
I booked them to be refrigerated, yes.
All of the swatches that you'd collected?
Swatches I booked to be frozen.
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
Do you maintain some sort of inventory of all of the items that you collected?
Yes, and I prepare a property report for that purpose.
And is the property report then the last control you have over the exhibits?
Once I book them into property, then my portion of the chain of custody ends there until I may be asked to go back and analyze something, then it starts up again.
And have you been asked to go back and analyze some of the items that you collected?
No real scientific analysis, I've been asked to go back and describe some of the evidence a little bit better for the detectives, and that's about it.
Have you encountered any situations where any of the evidence you recovered was missing?
I don't recall anything at this point in time, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark, anything further?
Sir, the bloodstains at the Rockingham address, do they all appear to you to be fairly fresh,
They appeared to be, yes.
similar in color?
Roughly, yes.
And the stains at the Bundy address, do they all appear to be fairly fresh
Yes,
and similar in color?
yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Ullman, anything else? Thank you, Mr. Fun. You're free to go. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
People call Greg Matheson.
Face the clerk, please, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State and spell your name for the record.
Gregory Matheson, Gregory Matheson.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Ellen. Mr. Matheson, tell us what you do for a living.
I'm a supervising criminalist employed by the City of Los Angeles, working for the Los Angeles Police Department Crime Lab.
Did you receive some education as your part of your background to achieve that employment?
Yes, I did.
What is it?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in criminalistics from California State University at Long Beach.
Can you define criminalistics for us?
Well, criminalistics is a science that is involved with the collection, preservation, and analysis of physical evidence. We employ a lot of different natural sciences towards that end.
And as a student, sir, did you begin to learn the field of criminalistics by working in some fashion?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
Well, initially, prior to working for the Los Angeles Police Department as a criminalist, I was a student worker or community service officer for the Culver City Police Department. In that capacity, I learned how the department operates. I had a chance to learn something about field investigations, fingerprinting, crime scene photography.
Now, did you indicate how long you've been a criminalist with the Los Angeles Police Department for?
No, not yet. I have been a criminalist with the City of Los Angeles for just over 16 years.
And of those 16 years, how much of them was spent doing latent prints or serology or other?
Well, as a criminalist, I never have done any sort of latent print work. I started initially, about my first 18 months, I was assigned to the toxicology unit of the crime lab. I was then moved to an area called special testing. I was in that for a little over 18 months. And then I was assigned to the serology unit. I've been in the serology unit in one capacity or another for the last 13 years.
What is a serology unit? What does it do?
Well, the serology portion or unit of the criminalistics laboratory is involved in the identification and analysis of body fluids. Our interest is first identifying whether or not a particular fluid or stain is a fluid of interest, and then once that's identified, to be able to determine the genetic markers or the makeup of that stain or fluid in an attempt to compare it back to a possible source of origin.
Now, is your current position one of a supervisory nature, or is it one of the rank and file, if you will?
Well, currently, and for the last 5 years, I've been supervisor of the serology unit.
Have you ever supervised any unit other than the serology unit?
Yes, the first 4 years as supervisor was strictly of the serology unit, but starting last, I believe it was last July or August, I also was placed over direct supervisory control of our trace comparative unit, our field unit, the forensic photographer, and our chemical processing unit.
What's a field unit?
We have a couple of criminalists assigned to what we call the field unit. These are criminalists that are responsible for handling responses to daytime field calls. They're also, at that time, either working in another unit or also training in another discipline.
Now, have you taken any courses with respect to your position with LAPD as a criminalist?
Well, specifically, as far as an academic course, I attended a 2-week class that was offered by the FBI in their academy in Quantico, Virginia, and it was titled Biochemical Analysis of Blood Stains. It was offered at the academy, but through the University of Virginia.
And was there any training that you received while on the job when you began with LAPD from other criminalists?
Yes, throughout my career, you receive on-the-job training from other criminalists. Upon entering a new unit, even though you have the basic scientific background to understand the concepts and things that are being presented, you always have to learn from the criminalists that have been in the unit for a while exactly the procedures and specific techniques that are utilized by that unit. So yes, the first several years was involved in picking up these techniques from the criminals that had been performing them for quite a while.
Now, have you received any kind of certifications or become a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of 2 professional organizations and hold 2 voluntary professional certificates.
The professional certificates are what?
Well, one of them was initially offered by the California Association of Criminalists, and it was a certificate of professional competency in criminalistics, or a general background certificate on the whole field of criminalistics. Approximately, I believe it was about 1.5 years ago or so, the program was turned over to the American Board of Criminalistics, which rather than being a state-based body, is a national body organization whose sole purpose is the certification of criminalists throughout the country.
And you have some position with respect to the American Board of Criminalists now?
Well, I received what's called diplomate status of that organization, or general knowledge of criminalistics.
And the California Association of Criminalists, is that a professional organization?
Yes, it is. It's what's called a regional association of forensic scientists that is, even though it's based in California and the majority of the members are in California, we have quite a few in other states and in a few other countries.
And how long have you been a member?
I believe I joined in 1979.
Do they have certain standards for certification in that organization?
The standards to become certified, yes, you need to be in the field for 2 years, plus pass a written examination.
Did you have something to do with developing those standards for certification, sir?
Yes.
What did you have to do with them?
Well, in January of 1987, I was placed by the association as the chair of what was called the certification committee, and it was that committee that established the program that eventually became the CAC's certification program. As committee chair, I was involved in establishing the minimum standards, figuring out the processes that would be used in handling the whole certification sequence, along with working with the criminalists that were assigned making up the general test.
Have you held any executive type positions in any of the other organizations, such as the American Board of Criminalists?
Yes, the American Board of Criminalistics, when it was formed, because of my association with the California Association of Criminalists, I was asked to be part of the original formation of the ABC, or the American Board of Criminalistics, and I held the position of vice president of that organization.
Are you familiar with an organization named the California Association of Crime Lab Directors?
Yes, I am.
Are you a member of that?
Yes.
For about how long?
It's been not quite 5 years, I believe.
And with respect to the California Association of Criminalists, have you held any executive positions in that organization?
Yes, I have.
What have you held?
Well, up until May of 1994, the previous 4 years, I held board of director positions. The first year, I was what was called the regional director south, or the regional director for the southern part of the state. Then I was elected to president-elect position, served 1 year as that, 1 year as president, and then last year was board position of immediate past president. As of May, I was off the board of directors.
Do you do any teaching, sir?
Occasionally, yes.
And what kind of teaching do you do?
Well, mainly it's within the department. I teach serology and basic field techniques at the homicide detective school, the sexual assault detective school, and more recently the detective supervisor's school. I also was able to be involved in, I believe it was in 1987, 4 training sessions that were offered throughout the state by the Office of Criminal Justice Planning on the new protocol that was established for collecting sexual assault evidence.
At the current time, you are a supervising criminalist?
Yes, that's correct.
What are your duties, sir?
Well, I have direct supervisory control of, I believe it's 19 employees at this time. And in that role, have basic administrative control or responsibility over the units that I mentioned earlier, assigning days off, handling sick reports, all the sort of administrative things that go along with that. In addition to those duties, I still am involved in some of the day-to-day operation of the technical aspects of the serology unit, which is more my specialty than the other ones. A regular duty of that position is I read all the reports that are created by the criminalists within that unit, do both a technical review of the report and check for just misspellings, wordings, and that sort of thing. Towards that end, I examine the report, pull all the notes associated with the report, make sure that the data that is presented in the report fits the raw data that was obtained during the course of the analysis, and then make sure that the data that is included in the report is consistent with the conclusions, that the conclusions can be supported by that data.
So you're still involved in the technical aspect of things, the actual work that's done in the serology unit?
That's correct, not to the same extent that I used to, but towards that end, I also am involved with occasionally confirming electrophoresis results, which is one of the techniques that's used in the laboratory.
And that is one of your functions as a supervisor, is occasionally to be called upon to confirm results?
That's correct.
And in that regard, sir, in serology, is it one of the functions to detect genetic markers such as ABO and proteins and enzymes?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us what is meant by that, ABO, enzymes, proteins?
Well, within, probably for simplicity, we'll just talk about blood stains. There are other body fluids that the unit deals with, but in somebody's blood, there are what are called genetic markers. These are factors that exist in the blood that are acquired genetically from your parents and exist in certain discrete types. Probably the best example that can be given of that is something that most people are aware of, and that's the ABO blood typing system. That's one of the genetic markers that we look at. You are either a type A, a type B, a type AB or a type O, and that is determined by the types that your parents have. In addition to the ABO system, there are also other genetic markers that are enzymes or proteins that are found in the blood system, and they also exist in discrete types, just like I described in the ABO system. An example being one that goes by the name of esterase D or ESD. You're either type 1, type 2-1, or type 2. These types, through a variety of techniques, are identifiable in a blood stain. Once a stain is categorized, then we analyze a liquid sample from a known source to see if there's similarities between, if they have the same types. If they have the same types, they could have the same source. If there's a difference in the types that are found, then that person is eliminated. It's a source of the blood stain.
And that's very typically what you do in that serology unit, forensically speaking, is that you determine whether an item of evidence, say a blood stain found at a crime scene, could have come from a particular person by comparing the types found in the blood stain to the type of blood withdrawn from the person.
Well, that's the main thrust of the unit, is to perform these analyses, not only to try and include somebody, but also to exclude somebody. If the types differ, then they are excluded as being a source of that sample.
Now, you referred earlier to the method known as electrophoresis,
Yes.
and can you describe very briefly for us what that is?
Electrophoresis is a technique that's utilized to determine the types of the enzymes or proteins that I mentioned earlier. It's not used in the ABO system, but in these enzymes. Simply put, a protein or an enzyme, depending on the structure of it, will have a slightly different charge to it. So the technique involves pouring a plate that's maybe 8 inches square, something like that, with agarose, which is kind of a jello type material. The samples then are placed on threads and established in a certain location on the gel. Current is allowed to run through it, and the enzymes or the proteins that are located in that sample then are spread out throughout this gel. When that's done, certain identification chemicals, visualization chemicals, are placed on top of it that react with the individual enzymes and allow us to see where they travel to. In essence, we get a band that appears in the gel at a certain spot. We always run controls on those, say of a known type, which tells us where a band is supposed to show up for a particular type. If a unknown sample matches the location of those bands of a known sample, we then can assign that type to the unknown sample.
So you first take a known sample and see how it runs on the gel and see where it marks?
Well, it's not done consecutively, it's done at the same time. A typical gel will have, say, 12 different samples on it, and out of those 12, you may have 4 known or standard samples on it, and the remaining 8 or 9 spots are taken up with unknown samples. They're all run together so you can do a direct comparison of the locations of the bands to each other.
Now, with the with the enzyme and protein testing, in addition to the ABO testing, are you able to give smaller numbers in terms of the number of people that could possibly have been the origin of a bloodstain, for example?
That's correct. Part of the comparison involves trying to add some significance to the information that we receive. Example being, going back to the ABO blood system, if we determine that a stain is ABO type O, that exists in about 48, we can say 50% or half of the population. If we just had that one test, all that would do would be to eliminate half of the population and include the other half as a possible source of that blood. At that point, we would run some of these enzymes, and with each additional marker or with each type that we determine, the potential population of people that could have left that stain gets smaller and smaller. If we have a blood stain that's a type O, which is 50% of the population, and identify another factor that is also 50% of the population, the combination of those two means now you're down to 25%, or you've cut the number in half. With each additional test, that number or possibility gets smaller and smaller.
Now, in this particular case, sir, did you supervise and assist in the testing of some blood stains and blood samples?
I supervised and assisted in part of it, and I directly ran the tests in part of it.
In your experience, sir, is all evidence received by a lab for analysis bear a DR number?
Yes, it does.
And does each case have its own discrete DR number in order to keep all of the evidence organized in one place?
That's correct.
In this case, is this case been assigned DR number 9408-17431?
Yes, it has.
And on June the 24th, were you asked to do serological testing on item numbers 17, 59, 60, and 49?
On the June 24th was the date the request was made. I was not around when that request was made. I actually didn't find out about it till the next day and then didn't start the testing until the 27th.
Okay. Now, item number 17, is that described as the whole blood of the defendant, Mr. Orenthal Simpson?
Yes, it is.
And number 59, is that described as the whole blood of Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes, it is.
And number 60, is that described as the whole blood of Ronald Goldman?
Yes, it is.
And number 49, is that described as the blood recovered from the crime scene as photo ID number 114?
That's correct.
And showing you, sir, People's 19, photograph E, do you see the number 114 in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does that correspond then to the photo number of the item number 49 that you tested in this case?
That's correct.
What test did you perform with respect to item number 49 first?
With respect to that item, I ran a presumptive test for the presence of blood to determine whether or not the stain was in fact blood. Then I ran a test to determine whether or not it was human in origin. The additional test run at that point was the ABO test that I previously described, and then 2 enzyme tests, one of them that goes by the designation of group 1, which includes 3 enzymes, and then an additional test that goes by the designation of PGM subtype.
So you subjected that to ABO testing as well as electrophoresis?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to...
Excuse me, Ms. Clark, I think I'm going to interrupt at this particular point in time. It's just about 4:30, and so we will continue with this tomorrow. Mr. Matheson, please come back tomorrow. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone except the lawyers involved in this matter.